Chapter 1705. Yang Kai landed lightly on a lotus leaf and raised his head to look ahead. Only now did he have the time to size up the newcomer. Unexpectedly, this person turned out to be an old man with a short stature. Even if he stood up straight, Yang Kai estimated that he was still a head shorter than himself. His complexion was dark like the bottom of a pot, comparable to old blackface Yen Pei of Treasure Trove Pavilion. Perhaps because his treasures had been taken away by Yang Kai, this old man's complexion had become even darker. The clothes he was wearing were simple and crude, made from the skin of an unknown sea beast. The clothes were in tatters and looked tattered. His bulging muscles were exposed, and they were filled with explosive power. It was very eye-catching. It could be said that apart from this old man's short stature, his body was well-proportioned, which was the most direct manifestation of his physical strength. The old man obviously hadn't thought that Kai Yang would be able to take his fist head-on and not fall into a disadvantageous position. After landing on the ground, he frowned slightly. Immediately after, he rushed over at an even faster speed and roared, "Little brat, today either you die or this old man dies." Yang Kai had taken 2/3 of the shadowed heaven lotus, which was even more serious than taking his life, so how could he let Yang Kai off so easily? If possible, Yang Kai did not want to fight with such a muddle-headed person, but seeing this old man's demeanor and tone, he knew that this matter could not be settled peacefully. Moreover, he rarely encountered an opponent like this old man, so naturally he was a little excited. Not only did he not shrink back, but he also laughed and rushed forward. In mid-air, the two figures separated as soon as they came into contact, and only after a long time did a violent explosion resound. The second time they fought, the two were still evenly matched, neither gaining an advantage. Without any time to breathe, the two rushed towards each other again. The little dolphin was hiding in the lake on the island, looking up, its eyes filled with worry. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk bursting sounds kept coming from the island, and Yang Kai and the old man gradually shifted the battlefield to avoid affecting the ocean lotus in the lake. At this point, both of them had the same scruples, not wanting to destroy the precious alchemy materials. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the battlefield was shifted to the sea. Yang Kai no longer had any scruples, and his eyes lit up. He pushed his physical strength to the limit and tangled with the unknown old man, their fists and feet colliding. This barbaric way of fighting allowed him to experience a carefree feeling he had never experienced before. He laughed out loud and did not care about his injuries at all. He looked like he was going to fight the old man with his life. He had never shown any signs of failure. The old man's expression was stern as he was secretly shocked. He had been on Serene Soul Island for hundreds of years, and he had long known what kind of cultivation method he should choose to survive here. He had originally thought that his attainments in the physical body were extremely high, enough to occupy the top position in the territory. But he did not expect that a young man who suddenly appeared could actually fight with him to such an extent. This young man's physique was not inferior to his at all. The sound of bones breaking could be heard constantly, and blood splattered everywhere. The old man was surprised to find that this young man's blood was not red. Instead, it was golden in color. That golden blood contained a blood vitality and energy fluctuation that left him flabbergasted. It was as if this young man's blood was comparable to the most precious divine material in the world. "Boy, your good luck has come to an end." The old man's eyes flashed fiercely as he flicked his wrist, and a hammer-like artifact suddenly appeared in his palm. Taking advantage of the moment when Yang Kai blocked his punch, he swung his fist fiercely, swinging it fiercely towards Yang Kai's forehead. Although he could not use his Saint Chi and could not display the full power of this artifact, the old man's tremendous strength was enough to split the sky. If it really hit, Yang Kai's head would definitely explode. Yang Kai did not expect this old man to be so cunning. Seeing the hammer close in, Yang Kai's pupils shrank slightly, and he quickly tilted his head. At the same time, his body suddenly bloomed with a 5-colored light. This light flowed. Gradually, the yellow light took over and covered Yang Kai's body. 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, earth sword chi. The earth sword chi Yang Kai cultivated was powered by divine nullification sand, a rare origin king-grade material that had extremely high defensive properties. Under the control of Yang Kai's divine sense, the Earth Sword Chi quickly condensed into a shield shape in front of the hammer. Hong Long. The yellow energy shield was blasted apart and the hammer smashed into Yang Kai's shoulder. Yang Kai's body sank slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. Grinning fiercely, he rushed into the old man's defensive circle and slammed his hands upwards. The old man let out a strange cry and hurriedly retreated, but he was still unable to avoid this desperate counterattack. His chin was caught by Yang Kai's hands and his entire head jerked backwards. If it were not for his powerful physical body, this blow alone would have been enough to kill him. Even so, the old man still saw stars and almost fainted. He staggered back several dozen meters, but before he could regain his footing, he glanced over at Yang Kai in fear and quickly fled. Yang Kai frowned and stood in place, not pursuing. Only when the old man's figure disappeared from sight did he move his shoulder that had been hit by the hammer. With a series of cracking sounds, the dislocated bone was restored. This old man, Yang Kai muttered thoughtfully. From beginning to end, he had not had the time or effort to ask the old man about his origins or why he lived so far away from Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin's cry came from the island's lake. Yang Kai turned his head to look at it and found that the little dolphin was looking at him nervously, seemingly worried about whether he had been injured. Yang Kai cast a reassuring look at it before walking over. There was still a third of the sea lotuses left in the island's lake that had not been collected, so Yang Kai naturally did not intend to let them go. The old man had called these sea lotuses shady heaven lotuses, but Yang Kai was sure that he had never heard of such a thing before. Probably as he had guessed before, shady heaven lotuses were a special product of Serene Soul Island and only circulated within Serene Soul Island. No one could take them outside. After a while, Yang Kai had finished collecting all the shady heaven lotuses. He looked up and found that on a mountain a few miles away, the old man was standing there with a face full of grief and indignation, looking at him with helpless eyes. That feeling was as if the heart of the woman he had always cared for had been easily captured by another man. Yang Kai grinned at him. The old man's lungs were about to explode as he turned around and left. He had no way of defeating Yang Kai, so rather than humiliating himself, he would rather not see it. Yang Kai found a simple wooden house nearby, presumably built by the old man. Yang Kai moved in without hesitation. 3 days later, Yang Kai was studying the efficacy of the shady heaven lotuses and the body-tempering pill, hoping to improve them to a perfect level when light footsteps suddenly came from outside the wooden house. Yang Kai smiled and put down the matter at hand, waiting quietly. A moment later, the door of the wooden house was opened and the old man stood in the distance with a pale face, about 100 feet away from Yang Kai, looking at Yang Kai with a complicated look. After a long time, he asked in a deep voice, "You are not from Mingyu?" Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Who is Mingyu?" A look of surprise appeared on the old man's face as he looked at Yang Kai seriously, as if trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai's eyes were clear as he looked back at the old man. The old man nodded secretly, his attitude softening a little, no longer carrying the hatred of killing his father and stealing his wife, slowly saying, "You don't know Mingyu? It seems you have just entered Serene Soul Island not long ago, right?" "Old sir is wise." Yang Kai praised casually, "You are right, I have only been here for about a month." "No wonder." The old man squeezed out a smile, but it was extremely ugly. "Since you are not from Mingyu, we can have a good talk." "I was thinking the same thing." Yang Kai smiled slightly. If not for this, he would not have stayed on this island. He did not know much about the situation on Serene Soul Island, nor was he able to explore the inside of Serene Soul Island. Now that he had finally met a living person here, and one who had obviously lived here for many years, he naturally had to make good use of him. "Can this old master come in and talk?" The old man asked somewhat gloomily. "Of course, this is old sir's residence." Yang Kai invited him in a carefree manner. The old man's mouth twitched, but he did not show much fear. Although he felt that he was not a match for Yang Kai, he was confident he could escape from Yang Kai if he really went all out. He believed that Yang Kai would not be stupid enough to fight him to the death. After the old man sat down in front of him, Yang Kai asked, "Old sir, who is this Mingyu you mentioned just now?" The old man snorted coldly, "A scoundrel." Yang Kai was stunned, thinking that this old man seemed to have quite a bit of enmity with Mingyu. Otherwise, the old man would not have gnashed his teeth at the mention of this name. "He is the current island master of Serene Soul Island." The old man added, "Mingyu is the island master?" Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. When he first came to Serene Soul Island, he had heard the thin man mention the island master. He did not expect to learn the island master's name from this old man. "That's right." Yang Kai rolled his eyes and asked with a smile, "Old sir said that he is the current island master of Serene Soul Island. Could it be that there were other island masters before?" The old man looked at Yang Kai in surprise, secretly admiring his sharp thinking, and then proudly said, "The previous island master was this old master." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, then cupped his fists and said, "Sorry for the disrespect." "Humph, you're just a stray dog." The old man laughed at himself and said, "Now, this old master can only hide here and drag out an ignoble existence. What's there to be disrespectful about? What's more, this old master was defeated by you." "It was just a fluke," Yang Kai said modestly. The old man did not linger on this issue and stared deeply at Yang Kai. "Have you cultivated an extremely profound body-refining secret art?" Chapter 1706. A few days ago, when he was fighting with Yang Kai had suddenly used the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. With his eyesight, he had naturally noticed some clues. On Serene Soul Island, Saint Chi could not be used at all, so the only explanation for the 5-colored light was that it was a body-tempering secret art. The power cultivated from a body-tempering secret art was not in the scope of Saint Chi, so it was not restricted by Serene Soul Island. "Yes." Yang Kai did not conceal anything. The old man's face suddenly flashed a fiery look. Body-tempering secret arts were relatively rare throughout the entire Star Territory, and profound body-tempering secret arts were even rarer. However, just because they were rare did not make body-tempering secret arts precious. Firstly, it was more difficult to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method. Even if it was an ordinary body-refining cultivation method, it would be difficult to cultivate it to an extremely high level. Secondly, a cultivator would not have so much energy to cultivate a body-refining cultivation method in their lifetime. A cultivator's standard of strength and survival was Saint Chi and spiritual energy, so even if many people knew the benefits of having a strong physical body, there was no way to cultivate a body-tempering secret art. But on Serene Soul Island, things were different. In this damned place, Saint Chi could not be used and spiritual energy was suppressed. Cultivating a body-tempering secret art was the best and brightest path for a cultivator. Over the countless years, countless cultivator had wandered to Serene Soul Island, so naturally, some body-tempering secret arts had also poured into Serene Soul Island. The old man had also cultivated one, but it was an extremely ordinary secret art, completely different from Yang Kai's 5 elements indestructible sword tempering secret art. The reason why the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering secret art was so powerful was not because of the secret art itself, but because of the materials required to cultivate it. The old man knew that if he could obtain Yang Kai's body-tempering secret art, his strength would definitely increase greatly. So when he heard that Yang Kai had a profound body-tempering secret art, his eyes became fiery. As a master with great strength, he knew that secret arts could not be obtained casually, so the old man could only suppress the desire in his heart. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Shahu." When he said this, there was a sense of pride in his voice, as if Yang Kai should have heard of this name. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. Yang Kai just lightly cupped his fists. "So it's Mr. Sha, I'm Yang Kai." Shahu frowned and asked tentatively, "Have you never heard of this old master's name?" Yang Kai chuckled. "Mr. Sha, are you from the deep sea?" Shahu nodded and asked, "Are you from the mainland?" "Not bad." Shahu understood. On Shadowed Star, deep sea and inland cultivators belonged to 2 different systems. Although they were not completely isolated from each other, it was rare for them to set foot in each other's territory. It was not strange that people from the inland did not know the names of the powerhouses in the deep sea. After learning this, Shahu's expression relaxed slightly and he chuckled. This old master has been here for more than 300 years. Back then, this old master was the second temple master of Sea Temple. How is Sea Temple doing now? Old Sir is the second temple master of Sea Temple? This time it was Yang Kai's turn to be stunned. I won't hide it from Old Sir, I came from the vicinity of Sea Temple's Sunrise Island. Sea Temple is now a very powerful force in the deep sea and can be considered the strongest among the human race, enough to compete with Sea God Palace. Shahu listened quietly. Feeling relieved, Shahu said, that group of brats seems to have some skill. Boy, do you have some kind of friendship with Sea Temple? How did you end up at Sunrise Island? I just happened to pass by, but we don't have any friendship, Yang Kai chuckled. Perhaps because he had inquired about his relationship with Sea Temple, Shahu's expression relaxed a lot. Seeing that Yang Kai was not as aggressive as most young people, he was naturally very satisfied with him. Both of them put aside the awkwardness of their previous battle and began chatting. Yang Kai wanted to know about the situation on Serene Soul Island. Shahu, on the other hand, wanted to inquire about the current situation of Sea Temple, so with one asking and the other answering, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. After a long time, both of them obtained the information they wanted. Yang Kai frowned. This Serene Soul Island was a strange place, an independent, enclosed space. No one could find a way out. Even Shahu, as the island master of Serene Soul Island, could not leave this place. Mingyu, on the other hand, was originally a vice island master under Shahu and was not much weaker than him. But one day, Mingyu's strength suddenly soared and he competed with Shahu for power. As a result, Shahu was naturally defeated and had no choice but to flee Serene Soul Island and hide on this small island. Calculating the time, it was nearly 100 years ago. For 100 years, Shahu had endured humiliation, hoping that one day he could return to Serene Soul Island and take revenge. Unfortunately, his strength seemed to have reached a certain bottleneck and he could no longer continue to improve, so he could only stay here. Fortunately, this place was very far from Serene Soul Island and most people would not be able to reach it. When Shahu fled here in the past, he had only narrowly escaped death. Yang Kai was the only intelligent life form he had seen in the past 100 years. As for how big this independent space on Serene Soul Island was, even Shahu could not say. He had once left this island to explore, but the deeper he went, the more powerful the sea beasts he encountered became, to the point where even he was no match for them, so he had no choice but to retreat. Is there really no way to leave Serene Soul Island? Yang Kai frowned. Perhaps there is, but this old master cannot find it. Shahu shook his head. At the very least, it cannot be found here. What senior means is, Shahu frowned and pondered for a moment before saying, this is just this old master's guess. Whether it is correct or not, this old master is not sure. Senior, please speak. If there is a way out here, Serene Soul Island is the only clue. There is a very strange place there that this old master wanted to investigate but was unable to enter, Shahu said unhurriedly. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. Shahu smiled. If the two of us join forces, we may be able to seize Serene Soul Island, but this is just a possibility. Mingyu was stronger than I was back then, and now that 100 years have passed, I do not know how strong he has become. Perhaps we will just be walking right into his trap. Yang Kai did not comment. He did not care how strong Mingyu was. In his battle with Shahu, he had not used his full strength. What's more, he still had the stone mongoose Xiao Xiao as his trump card. In terms of pure strength, who in the world could be stronger than Xiao Xiao? As long as Xiao Xiao took action, no one on Serene Soul Island could be its opponent. Yang Kai was considering the authenticity of Shahu's words. Although this old man had a good temper, Yang Kai did not know what he was trying to achieve with his help. If Yang Kai were to fall into his trap, the gains would not make up for the losses. Yang Kai would rather measure the heart of a gentleman with his own narrow-mindedness than regret it later. Seeing Yang Kai remain silent, Shahu promptly changed the topic. Were you studying shadowed heaven lotuses and shadowed heaven pills just now? Yang Kai recovered from his contemplation. Nodding, he said, These things are a specialty of Serene Soul Island, right? Indeed. Shadowed heaven lotuses cannot be found in the outside world and can only be produced on Serene Soul Island. The cultivator who has fallen here uses shadowed heaven pills to enhance their strength. Unfortunately, this old master does not know alchemy, so shadowed heaven lotuses cannot provide him with any help. Otherwise, do you think this old master would have left so many shadowed heaven lotuses in the lake? Speaking of this, Shah, who had a pained expression on his face. 1,000 shadowed heaven lotuses. On Serene Soul Island, there were thousands of cultivator, and even after several years of searching, they might not be able to find so many. But now, they had all entered Yang Kai's space ring. Yang Kai suddenly asked, Does old man Shah have a shadowed heaven pill recipe? Of course. Shah, who chuckled, proudly saying, This old master was once the island master of Serene Soul Island, something like a pill recipe. As he spoke, Shah, whose eyes lit up as he pointed to Yang Kai and asked in a trembling voice, Are you an alchemist? If Yang Kai was not an alchemist, there would be no need for him to ask about a pill recipe. Shah, who stared at Yang Kai with a scorching look in his eyes. It was as if he had seen an amazing treasure. Yang Kai chuckled, Kind of. Are you really an alchemist? Shah, who stood up directly. Yang Kai nodded again. Shah, who froze for a moment before laughing, The heavens have not forsaken me. The heavens have not forsaken me. Good. The reason why his strength had stagnated over the years was because he had no shadowed heaven pills. Directly taking shadowed heaven lotus had no effect on him at all. Only by refining shadowed heaven lotus into a pill could it display its proper effects. Therefore, when he learned that Yang Kai was really an alchemist, Shah, who was so excited that he lost his composure. But soon Shah, who frowned. Glancing at Yang Kai, he let out a deep sigh. What's wrong? Yang Kai was puzzled. A moment ago, Shah, who had been as happy as a child, but now he had become so desperate. The contrast was simply too great. Even if you are an alchemist without earth fire, you can't perform alchemy. Shah, whose face turned ashen as he sat down again. Serene Soul Island's alchemists are extremely rare. Out of tens of thousands of people, I'm afraid there are only 4 or 5 alchemists. These alchemists have varying levels of skill, but if they want to perform alchemy, they must rely on Serene Soul Island's earth fire. We don't have any here. I don't need earth fire. Yang Kai chuckled. Nonsense. Shah, who sneered. Which alchemist doesn't need earth fire to perform alchemy? Perhaps it is possible outside, but here, Saint Chi cannot be used, so one can only rely on earth fire. As Shah, who spoke, he was left speechless. Because he clearly felt a burning power spread from Yang Kai's body. This was not Saint Chi, but spiritual energy. Conflagrated knowledge, see? Shah, whose face changed drastically. Yang Kai smiled innocently. Even in the outside world, he did not need to use Saint Chi to perform alchemy because he had always used his conflagrated knowledge, see? What's more, he had the Firebird. Since fusing with Brilliant Flame Sect's Heavenly Thunder Fire, the Firebird had evolved into a complete sentience and could assume human form. She had also fused with Yang Kai's natal artifact, the Alchemy Furnace. She herself was the best earth fire. At the very least, Yang Kai could enter the Sealed World Bead to perform alchemy. The Sealed World Bead was also a self-contained world where Saint Chi was not restricted. With these various advantages, Yang Kai did not need to worry about alchemy at all. However, there was no need to expose these to Shah Hu. Chapter 1707. After learning that Yang Kai was not only an alchemist but also possessed a conflagrated knowledge, so he did not need to rely on Saint Chi or earth fire to perform alchemy, Shah Hu was ecstatic. This meant that as long as he maintained a good relationship with Yang Kai, he would not have to worry about not having enough shadowed heaven pills in the future to increase his strength. After 100 years of waiting, he finally saw the hope of revenge. He handed over the shadowed heaven pill recipe without reservation and let Yang Kai study it himself. When you finished studying the pill recipe and set out to refine the shadowed heaven pill, this old master has something to ask of you. Shahu said with a smile, deliberately trying to get closer to Yang Kai, the wrinkles on his face furrowing into a ball, making him look extremely amiable. Yang Kai naturally did not act politely, allowing Shahu to do as he pleased before diving into the research of the shadowed heaven pill recipe. Yang Kai had some shadowed heaven pills on hand, so he could infer the approximate configuration of the pill recipe from them. Now that he had a complete pill recipe, this process became much simpler and easier. What's more, Yang Kai's alchemy level was one of the top in the star territory, so with his eyesight and experience, not only could he understand the shadowed heaven pill recipe, but he could also make improvements to it. This was only natural. After all, the shadowed heaven pill was developed by the alchemist who had wandered to Serene Soul Island, and the level of the alchemist who had wandered here was not too high, so how valuable could the pill recipe they developed be? At most, it could be said to have provided Yang Kai with some reference. From beginning to end, it only took Yang Kai 5 days to design another shadowed heaven pill recipe. Compared to the one given by Shahu, this one was undoubtedly many times better and required a lot of replacement materials. This also reduced some of the conflicting medicinal properties. Now that the pill recipe was complete, Yang Kai naturally began to perform alchemy. However, he was still missing one herb. The medicinal efficacies of the shadowed heaven lotus were very overbearing. If taken directly, it might be able to improve a cultivator's physique in a short time, making their physique much stronger. However, if there were no other herbs to neutralize the medicinal efficacies, they would only be able to take it for a short period of time. Forcibly taking it would not only not help the cultivator, but would also damage the cultivator's body. Yang Kai called Shahu over. For the past few days, Shahu had been standing guard outside the wooden house, not leaving even a single step, meditating as he made his own plans. Hearing Yang Kai's call, he couldn't wait to rush into the wooden house, looking at Yang Kai with eager eyes. "Old Shah, I still need some Haudinia cordata." Shahu chuckled and waved his hand, causing a large pile of fish smell grass to appear in the wooden house. The air in the room immediately became turbid. This purple seaweed, which was only 3 inches long, was not a specialty of Serene Soul Island. It could be collected in almost any deep-sea territory, and its value was not too great. Forces like Sea Temple and Sea God's Palace disdained to collect it and simply allowed it to grow in the sea. However, its medicinal effect could perfectly fuse with the shadowed heaven lotus. The two conflicted and neutralized the overbearing characteristics of the shadowed heaven lotus, making it easier for the cultivator to absorb the shadowed heaven pill. Seeing the countless fish smell grass in front of him, Yang Kai froze for a moment before turning a meaningful look towards Shahu and saying, "Old Shah seems to have come prepared." Shahu rubbed his hands and said, "Yang Kai, help this old master refine some shadowed heaven pills. As long as I have shadowed heaven pills, this old master can improve his strength again. At that time, we will have a chance to return to Serene Soul Island and find a way out." Yang Kai smiled lightly. Although he knew that Shahu was trying to tempt him, he didn't care and simply said, "I have no problem refining for you, but do you have any shadowed heaven lotus?" The thousands of shadowed heaven lotuses in the lake on the island had already entered Yang Kai's space ring, so he would not take them out for Shahu to refine. "You underestimate this old master too much." Shahu smiled like a sly old fox. With a flip of his hand, Shahu took out 17 to 18 shadowed heaven lotuses, all of them silver grade. Yang Kai was stunned. Shahu grinned. How could this old master not know the principle of not putting all his eggs in one basket? "I haven't been staying on this island all this time for the past 100 years. I've gone out to explore from time to time, so there should be some gains. Not only that, I've also collected a lot of supplementary herbs for refining shadowed heaven pills. See if there's anything you need." Saying so, Shahu took out a lot of other herbs. Yang Kai nodded and did not refuse, leaving behind the useful herbs and taking back the useless ones, hesitating for a moment before saying, "I have no problem refining for you, but I can't do this for free." 50-50. Shahu did not wait for Yang Kai to finish and directly stated his price. Tell this old master what supplementary herbs you need, and this old master will go out and help you find them. This old master will only take half of the shadowed heaven pills refined. Deal. Young Kai no longer hesitated and nodded happily. With Shahu being so forthright, it would only make him look petty if he continued to refuse. After getting along with this old man for a while, Yang Kai found that apart from some disagreements at the beginning, they got along quite well. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Shahu smiled even more happily. On the same day, Shahu left the island and went to the territory to look for all kinds of supplementary herbs. Although Yang Kai also had some alchemy materials on hand, they were not enough to support a large number of shadowed heaven pills, so he had Shahu look for them as a precaution. After Shahu left the island, Yang Kai waved his hand. A red flame shot out from the palm of his hand and twisted in midair. The next moment, a beautiful woman with a fiery figure and an indifferent expression appeared in front of Yang Kai, her red hair fluttering in the wind. She wore fiery red armor that only covered her full breasts and the sensitive parts from her thighs to her lower abdomen. She had an attractive collarbone, a flat abdomen, and a delicate navel that was exposed to the air. Her two beautiful legs, from the middle of her thighs, were as white as snow, and her delicate jade feet were spotlessly clean. Amidst the raging flames, she exuded a strange sense of beauty. Artifact Spirit Lu Yen. Today, she could no longer be called a firebird. She had her own sentience and could assume human form. She had been given a name by Yang Kai and could be regarded as a special creature. What orders does Master have? Lu Yen asked in a deep voice as soon as she appeared. I want to borrow your strength to perform alchemy. Cooperate with me, Yang Kai said lightly. Lu Yen nodded without saying a word before transforming into an alchemy furnace. The shape of this alchemy furnace was identical to her natal artifact, but it was completely composed of flames, making it far more outstanding than the Origin King-grade alchemy furnace. Yang Kai concentrated on this, held his breath, and threw in the materials he had prepared one by one, communicating with Lu Yen with his divine sense to control the heat. The process of refining the shadowed heaven pill was not complicated, so with Yang Kai's methods, it was naturally easy for him to succeed. Half a day later, a pill fragrance filled the air from the wooden house. Yang Kai seized this opportunity and poured his divine sense into the alchemy furnace, using the method recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture to condense the pill. A short while later, 3 flames shot up from the alchemy furnace into the sky. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and drew the 3 streams of light over to him, falling into a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand. A gurgling sound came from the jade bottle as Yang Kai fixed his eyes on it and smiled with satisfaction. The pill condensing technique recorded in the True Alchemy Enlightenment scripture was extensive and profound. If used properly, one could condense multiple pills at a time, unlike before when one could only refine 1 pill per set of materials. Over the years, Yang Kai had often tried to use this pill condensing technique to condense pills. Sometimes he succeeded, sometimes he failed, but he still gained some insights. Now that he had condensed 3 pills at a time, it was not a small breakthrough. Taking out a shadowed heaven pill, Yang Kai put it in his mouth and tasted it, feeling the medicinal efficacies contained within. After a while, he nodded with satisfaction and continued to devote himself to his alchemy. Half a day later, another furnace of shadowed heaven pills was successfully refined, and this time, Yang Kai condensed 4 shadowed heaven pills, an even better result than the first time. As time passed and the number of times he refined increased, Yang Kai's technique became more and more proficient, and the time it took to refine a furnace of shadowed heaven pills also became shorter and shorter, going from half a day to 2 hours, and then to 2 hours. The speed at which he refined these pills was incredible. In the process of constantly performing alchemy, Yang Kai's pill condensing technique also improved. It could be said that this rare alchemy experience allowed Yang Kai to make another substantial breakthrough on the alchemic Tao, which was an unexpected surprise. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from behind and Yang Kai turned his head to look, only to find that the little dolphin had arrived at the wooden house at some unknown time. It swung its tail and swam through the air as if it was swimming in the sea, without the slightest hindrance, its posture graceful. Yang Kai couldn't help gawking when he saw this. It was impossible to use Saint Chi on Serene Soul Island. Even with his strength, Yang Kai couldn't fly on Serene Soul Island and could only rely on his powerful physique to perform long-distance jumps. However, the little dolphin had obviously broken this common sense and was actually able to swim through the air, even if it couldn't fly very high. The little thing was obviously attracted by the pill fragrance, and when it came to Yang Kai's side, its nose twitched slightly as it stared eagerly at the alchemy furnace in front of it. Yang Kai saw crystal-clear saliva dripping from the corner of its mouth, making a crisp sound as it dripped onto the ground. Yang Kai was immediately disgusted by this little thing and didn't even have the mood to ask why it could swim through the air. The little dolphin let out an irresistible sound as it kept rubbing its head against Yang Kai's body, not caring if it was interfering with his alchemy. Yang Kai rubbed his temples and could only hand over a jade bottle filled with shadowed heaven pills to the little dolphin. The little dolphin excitedly took this bottle, circled around Yang Kai a few times, let out an excited cry, and left with the jade bottle in its mouth. Yang Kai continued to perform alchemy. 3 days later, Shahu returned to the island and brought a large number of supplementary herbs to Yang Kai before waiting quietly outside the wooden house. Smelling the pill fragrance wafting from the wooden house, Shahu felt as if he had become hundreds of years younger. Chapter 1708. So many? Are they all for me? Shahu's eyes widened as he stared at the jade bottles placed in front of him and asked in surprise. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. Didn't we agree to split them 50-50? This is the 50-50 number. Shahu was stunned, his face filled with disbelief. He had provided Yang Kai with a total of over 100 silver lotuses over the past few days, which was almost all he had in stock. He had thought that obtaining 200 shadowed heaven pills would be quite good, but now the jade bottles in front of him told him that the reality was much better than he had expected. There were at least 60 to 70 jade bottles here, each filled with 10 pills, which meant that Yang Kai had given him 600 to 700 shadowed heaven pills. How did he refine so many shadowed heaven pills? As the former island master of Serene Soul Island, Shahu had seen many poor alchemists refine shadowed heaven pills, but in the hands of those alchemists, it was already considered good if they could refine 2 or 3 pills, so how could they produce as many as Yang Kai could? This only showed that Yang Kai's alchemy level was countless times better than those poor alchemists. Young boy, you are a friend, this old master will accept. Shahu restrained his expression and looked at Yang Kai seriously. If one day we can escape from this place, this old master promises that the door of Sea Temple will always be open to you. Yang Kai's honesty and trustworthiness moved Shahu. Shahu had personally witnessed Yang Kai's strength and knew that such a person was worth making friends with, so his words were sincere. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "Since old man Shah has said so, it would be impolite for this little one to refuse." Being able to win over such an ally on Serene Soul Island was naturally something Yang Kai hoped to see. It was better than wandering here alone. Moreover, Shah, who was the former island master of Serene Soul Island, so he knew a lot about Serene Soul Island. Advancing and retreating together with him would be beneficial in the future. Shahu laughed. Unfortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, drinking with you would have been a great joy in life. Forget it, this old master will first see if these shadowed heaven pills are useful to this old master. He had not taken shadowed heaven pills for nearly 100 years, causing his strength to stagnate. Now that he had obtained so many shadowed heaven pills, he could not wait to test them. Taking out a jade bottle, Shahu took out a pill from it and stuffed it in front of Yang Kai's face. The next moment, Shahu's body shook as a look of disbelief filled his face, calling out in shock, "An origin-grade pill? Yang Kai, you are actually an origin-grade alchemist?" This time, who's of course. Before, when Yang Kai said he was an alchemist and could refine shadowed heaven pills, Shahu had not paid much attention to it. He had only thought that Yang Kai had some attainments in alchemy, but as soon as this shadowed heaven pill entered his mouth, Shahu realized something was wrong. The shadowed heaven pill Yang Kai had refined was completely different from the ones he had taken before. The biggest difference was the grade of this pill. Shahu could instantly tell that this Shadowed Heaven pill was an origin grade pill, and at least an origin grade mid-rank one at that. It might even be high rank. This meant that Yang Kai was definitely an origin grade alchemist. Shahu who did not dare to imagine that Yang Kai was an origin king grade alchemist because that was just a legend. The spirit pill melted as soon as it entered his mouth, turning into a warm current that flowed into his lower abdomen and then into his limbs with the dantian as its center. Shahu's old face instantly flushed red. He no longer had the time to talk to Yang Kai and quickly focused on absorbing the medicinal efficacies of the spirit pill. Yang Kai smiled slightly and did not disturb him again. Instead, he left the wooden house, found a quiet place on the island, and began to take the Shadowed Heaven pill. The Shadowed Heaven pill, he refined, was completely different from the ones he had obtained from the two dead people before. The Shadowed Heaven pill he had obtained before was not completely refined, so its medicinal efficacies were not fully displayed. However, on Serene Soul Island, this kind of situation was simply unavoidable. The level of alchemists, the inability to use their Saint Chi, the quality of the earth fire, and various other factors all forced the alchemists of Serene Soul Island to refine Shadowed Heaven pills and waste a large number of Shadowed Heaven lotuses. Yang Kai had made up for all these shortcomings, so it would be strange if the spirit pill he refined was not good. After a few days of experimentation, Yang Kai came to a conclusion. The Shadowed Heaven pills refined with silver lotuses were origin grade, those refined with blue lotuses were Saint King grade, and those refined with pink Shadowed Heaven lotuses were Saint grade. Each grade of Shadowed Heaven pill had vastly different effects. Yang Kai did not use golden lotuses to refine because there were too few of them, only about 10 of them. However, Yang Kai felt that if he used golden lotuses, he should be able to refine Origin King grade Shadowed Heaven pills. The medicinal efficacies shuttled through his meridians and physique, transforming his body, meridians, and cells, causing Yang Kai's physique to become stronger and stronger. This was the first time Yang Kai had taken a Shadowed Heaven pill, so the benefits he obtained were simply unimaginable. On top of that, because he had taken a lot of life-revitalizing jade cream before, his physique was already close to perfection, so he was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of Shadowed Heaven pills much faster. In less than half an hour, the medicinal efficacies of an origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pill were completely absorbed by Yang Kai. Without delay, Yang Kai took out another pill, tossed it into his mouth, and continued to absorb its medicinal efficacies. Unable to cultivate Saint Chi or spiritual energy, taking Shadowed Heaven pills to cultivate one's physique was the only way out for a cultivator on Serene Soul Island. 3 days later, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the direction of the wooden house. The little dolphin swimming in the lake on the island raised its head and glanced over before casually retracting its head under its lotus leaf and no longer paying attention. A figure shot up into the sky from the direction of the wooden house and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. A short time later, Shahu stood in front of Yang Kai, his eyes shining brightly and his aura seemingly having become stronger. Yang Kai opened his eyes, glanced over at Shahu and smiled. Old man Sha seems to have made a breakthrough. Shahu looked at Yang Kai gratefully and nodded. Good, after 100 years of seclusion, this old master has finally reached a new height, and this old master feels that there is still room for improvement, young boy. This old master will remember this kindness. Old man Sha is too polite. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Yang Kai, how about you take a punch from this old master? Shahu asked with a smile. In this damned place, he had no target to practice with, so he could only turn his attention to Yang Kai. Good. To his surprise, Yang Kai agreed. Shahu did not hesitate, letting out a roar as he stomped his feet on the ground and shot out like an arrow from a bow, throwing out a punch mid-air. Yang Kai sat cross-legged in place, motionless, simply looking at Shahu with a smile, seemingly not putting this earth-shattering blow in his eyes. Shahu was stunned. He shouted angrily, "Young boy, you don't take this old master seriously, do you?" Old man Sha, feel free to use your full strength. Yang Kai responded indifferently. Shahu's old face was somewhat embarrassed. Although he was very grateful to Yang Kai, Being looked down upon like this made him feel very uncomfortable. Hearing Yang Kai say so, stealing his heart, Sha Hu really did use his full strength. The sound of air exploding rang out as Sha Hu's fist flew through the air like a falling star, carrying with it the power to destroy heaven and earth. If this punch struck, even a 1,000-meter tall mountain would be smashed to pieces. Yang Kai simply stretched out his palm and blocked it. His expression was calm and indifferent. The next moment, the fist and palm collided. Yang Kai's body only shook slightly, but he still sat in place, not moving. Sha Hu, on the other hand, was forced back 3 steps by a huge rebound force, a slight blush appearing on his face that quickly disappeared. Sha Hu's expression fluctuated. His previous anger disappeared and was replaced by a look of horror as he stared at Yang Kai, unable to speak for a long time. When he fought with Yang Kai a few days ago, although he was at a slight disadvantage, he had not been completely suppressed like he was now. But today, even with the increase in his strength, he was unable to shake Yang Kai's body even if he used all his strength. This could only mean one thing: while his strength was growing, Yang Kai's strength was also growing much faster than his. Otherwise, such a situation would never have occurred. "How many Shadowed Heaven pills did you take?" Sha Hu hesitated for a long time before asking this critical question. 100 or so, Yang Kai thought for a while and said. Sha Hu sucked in a breath of cold air, the corners of his eyes twitching as he asked in amazement, "Can your body bear it?" Over the past 3 days, he had only taken about 10 Shadowed Heaven pills. The Shadowed Heaven pills refined by Yang Kai were not comparable to those produced on Serene Soul Island. These were genuine origin-grade pills, and if one took too many in a short time, no matter how strong one's physique was, they would not be able to withstand the medicinal efficacies and would only cause damage to one's physique and meridians. In the worst-case scenario, one's body would explode and die. Taking 10 Shadowed Heaven pills in 3 days was already Sha Hu's limit, but Yang Kai had actually taken 10 times as many. "Why can't I bear it?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He had yet to mention that many of the Shadowed Heaven pills he had taken had formed pill veins. A single Shadowed Heaven pill was equivalent to the medicinal efficacies of 2 pills. Sha Hu stood dumbfounded on the spot and shook his head repeatedly, muttering in a desolate tone, "Monster, monster." He was certain that he was no longer Yang Kai's opponent now. If he still had the confidence to escape from Yang Kai a few days ago, now he no longer had such confidence. It was conceivable that as time passed, the gap in strength between him and Yang Kai would only grow larger and larger. "It's really good to have a good body tempering secret art." Sha Hu secretly sighed to himself. What he did not know was that the reason Yang Kai was able to absorb the medicinal efficacies of 100 Shadowed Heaven pills in such a short time was not only because of his body-tempering secret art, but also because of the solid foundation he had built with the life-revitalizing jade cream. This was a condition Sha Hu did not possess. An origin-grade alchemist was a monstrous existence who had shown him kindness. Sha Hu would be a fool not to make friends with such a person. Sha Hu secretly made up his mind that whether or not he could escape from Serene Soul Island in the future, Yang Kai would be his most loyal ally. Chapter 1709. About 3,000 kilometers away from Serene Soul Island, on a sea territory, a several-meter-long ship was sailing slowly, shuttling back and forth in search of precious Shadowed Heaven lotuses. There weren't many cultivator on the ship, only about 20 or so, and a few of them were standing on the deck, their eyes wandering back and forth across the sea. Most of them wore resentful looks as they sat in place with gloomy eyes. These people exchanged glances from time to time, all of them showing looks of unwillingness and humiliation. Pang Zhen of Sunrise Island and Qian Mo of the Sea Clan were among them. Both of them were third-order origin returning realm cultivators and could be considered top-level masters on Shadowed Star. But after arriving on Serene Soul Island, they found that everyone here was stronger than them. Of course, this was only in terms of physical strength, but on Serene Soul Island, the only indicator of strength was the strength of one's physique. Pang Zhen and Qian Mo's third-order origin returning realm cultivations were completely useless here. They had been stranded on Serene Soul Island for quite some time now, so it was more than enough for Pang Zhen and Qian Mo to figure out the situation here. An ugly man with a sharp mouth and monkey-like cheeks suddenly walked in front of Qianma. He crossed his arms in front of his chest and touched his chin with one hand. He used a scrutinizing gaze to scan Qianma's beautiful and alluring body. His eyes flickered with an obscene light as he let out a low and lewd laugh. Qian Mo raised her head and glanced at him, her pretty face immediately sinking. Lady Qian Mo, you should consider this carefully. If you submit to this master will guarantee you a safe and sound life in the future. Not only will you be able to officially join Serene Soul Island, you won't have to do any dangerous work, but you will also have a chance to obtain some shadowed heaven pills. This is a very good deal. If you miss this village, you won't get another chance. You should know that others won't be as easy to deal with as me, the sharp-mouthed man said in a seductive tone. The man's eyes became even more unscrupulous as they stared at Qian Mo's full breasts, secretly swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Serene Soul Island was a damned place, so it was very difficult for anyone to enter it by mistake. There were only a few thousand people on Serene Soul Island in total. There were even fewer women, especially beautiful women. Any beauty was an extremely precious existence. They could even be treated as rare goods that could be exchanged for large amounts of shadowed heaven pills. Qianma was undoubtedly such a person. The sharp-mouthed man had his eyes on Qianma. Taking advantage of his position, he tried to force Qianma to submit to him. Once he achieved his goal, he would not care about his own pleasure. Either way, it would be a good deal to exchange it for shadowed heaven pills. However, what made him angry was that no matter what he said, Qian Mo ignored him. In any case, he was still one of the commanders of the Sea God Palace. Qian Mo did not put the pointy-mouthed man in her eyes. She could kill dozens of people like him with one hand if they were outside. Therefore, when faced with the man's persuasion, Qian Mo only replied with one word, "Scram." The sharp-mouthed man was furious. He pointed his finger at Qianma and pretended to slap her. It was as if he wanted to vent his anger by slapping her. Walala, almost half of the people on the ship stood up. They all looked at the sharp-mouthed man with cold eyes. Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred. These people were all the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace who had fallen on Serene Soul Island last time. Now, they had obviously abandoned their former enmity and were on the same side. Therefore, when they saw Qianma, they were about to be punished. They all stood up at once. It was as if they were waiting for the sharp-mouthed man to make a move so that they could rush up and tear him to pieces. In the end, the sharp-mouthed man did not slap her. Although he did not fear the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace, if they really fought, the winner would be his side. However, the island master of the Dark Moon Island had clearly ordered that the residents of Serene Soul Island were not to kill each other. Anyone who violated this order would be sentenced to death. This was not because the island master of the Dark Moon Island loved his people, nor was it because he was generous and merciful. It was because there were too few people on Serene Soul Island. There weren't many people on the island to begin with. If they were to kill each other over some trivial matters, then, as the island master, he wouldn't have any subordinates to command. He would really become an island master with no subordinates, and it wouldn't be fun to be the island master. On Serene Soul Island, only the island master himself and a few of his trusted subordinates could kill. The others, no matter what position they held, were not qualified to decide the life or death of another person. When Pang Zhen, Qianma, and the others had just fallen on Serene Soul Island, they were not considered residents of Serene Soul Island, so naturally they were not included in this list. Therefore, the thin leader could take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few people. On one hand, it was a deterrent, and on the other hand, it was also for fun. Now, the situation was different. Although most of the cultivators of the Sea God Palace and the Sea God Palace had not officially joined Serene Soul Island, they had a register. The sharp-mouthed man did not dare to offend the island master. Good. The sharp-mouthed man sneered, "You have guts to offend me. I will make you regret it for the rest of your lives. Little girl, you look down on me, right? One day, I will make you beg me to accept you. I hope you can still maintain this unwillingness to be violated when that time comes, hee hee." At this moment, a Serene Soul Island cultivator on the ship suddenly shouted, "Master, a beaver beast has been spotted 3 miles away. It's rushing towards us." "Is that so?" The sharp-mouthed man's eyes lit up. He turned his head and looked in that direction. Sure enough, he saw a ferocious-looking sea beast that was more than 10 meters long. It was approaching them while raising monstrous waves. A smug smile appeared at the corners of his mouth as he glanced over at the cultivators who had opposed him before and said leisurely, "When collecting and searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, the greatest danger comes from these different kinds of sea beasts. All of you have only just arrived on Shadowed Soul Island, so it is time for you to gain some experience. Except for Chien Mo, everyone else will face these enemies. I hope you won't disappoint me." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the more than 10 cultivators of the Sea God Palace and Sea God Palace all changed. Outside, none of them would put this beaver beast in their eyes. They could kill it with a wave of their hand, but on Serene Soul Island, they might not be a match for the beaver even if they worked together. This was the first time they had gone out to sea, and the first time they had participated in the search for shadowed heaven lotuses. Without taking shadowed heaven pills to temper their bodies, they were no match for the beaver beast. The sharp-mouthed man was obviously retaliating, and he was doing it openly, so he would not violate the island master's orders. "What? Are you all deaf? Don't you listen to my words?" The sharp-mouthed man looked at Pang Zhen and the others triumphantly, infinite pleasure surging in his heart. As he spoke, his expression suddenly became fierce as he shouted, "Throw them all into the sea." Without experiencing a few battles with these sea beasts, they won't know how precious shadowed heaven lotuses are. The sharp-mouthed man's subordinates responded loudly, each of them grinning from ear to ear as they grabbed at different targets. Pang Zhen and the others struggled to resist, but how could they be a match for the sharp-mouthed man? Although these Serene Soul Island residents were not as strong as Pang Zhen and the others in terms of cultivation, they had more or less taken some shadowed heaven pills to temper their bodies, so their physiques were generally strong. In just a few moments, Pang Zhen and the others were beaten black and blue and fell into the sea one after another. The beaver beast that was rushing over obviously became much more excited and its speed suddenly increased as its target was Pang Zhen and the others who had fallen into the sea, wanting to eat them as food. "Cheap slave." The sharp-mouthed man stood on the boat, admiring the struggling posture of Pang Zhen and the others, glancing sideways at Chien Mo and sneering, "If they die, it will be your responsibility. Heh, if you had submitted to me earlier, this wouldn't have happened. But it's not too late now. As long as you kneel down and beg me to accept you, I can save them. A mere beaver beast won't be able to stop this master." Chien Mo's expression was one of grief and indignation as she gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at the sharp-mouthed man. Pang Zhen and her didn't have much of a friendship, and although the cultivator of Sea God Palace and Sea God Palace had put aside their differences and joined hands to fight for Pang Zhen's life, Chien Mo wasn't that noble. However, among the people who had fallen into the sea, there were also people from Sea God Palace and her family, so she couldn't just sit back and watch. "Despicable!" Chien Mo angrily rebuked. The sharp-mouthed man wasn't ashamed and laughed loudly. "So what if this master is despicable? Do you think this is still Sea God Palace? Do you think you're still the commander of Sea God Palace? Back when I was outside, I was in awe of your Sea God's Palace. When I saw people from your Sea God's Palace, I had to make a detour for fear of provoking you. I never thought that I would have a day like this. A dignified commander of the Sea God's Palace would have to kneel and beg me." Chien Mo's tender body trembled as her nails dug into her palms. Red blood flowed down her white wrists and dripped onto the deck, but she didn't notice it at all. "You don't have much time to think. If you hesitate any longer, they will all die." The sharp-mouthed man pointed forward. Chien Mo turned her head to look and was surprised to find that the huge sea beast was less than 500 feet away from Pang Zhen and the others. Although the people who fell into the water fled in all directions, how could they escape the beaver's speed? If the sharp-mouthed man didn't stop it, they would only end up being swallowed by the beaver one by one. A look of despair appeared on Chien Mo's face. "Kneel down." The sharp-mouthed man shouted and put pressure on Chien Mo again. He could also see that Qian Mo was a little shaken, so putting pressure on her at this time was undoubtedly the best choice. Perhaps Qian Mo would be crushed. The other residents of Serene Soul Island stood aside and watched the show with envy. The commander of Sea God Palace was such a noble status. In the past, they could only look up to her, but now they were being wantonly humiliated. This gave them a perverted pleasure, especially when it came to such a beautiful woman with such a hot body. When they thought of her kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, the group of people felt that it was worth it even if they died immediately. Qian Mo's body swayed and her knees seemed to bend, but she quickly straightened up and gritted her teeth. "In your dreams." The smile on the sharp-mouthed man's face stiffened as his expectation turned into disappointment and then into anger. Chapter 17:10. Qian Mo didn't care at all and just smiled coldly. "With my status, cultivation, and beauty, do you think Mingyu will accept me if I recommend myself to him? When the time comes, I can use the Shadowed Heaven pill to refine my body and you will have to listen to my orders. Can you guess how I will torture you then?" The pointy-mouthed man's face instantly turned pale, and he was sweating profusely. If he could imagine such a scene, he could also imagine his own ending. It would be no better than death. Qian Mo was sent out to collect Shadowed Heaven lotuses because she didn't want to submit to Serene Soul Island's control. However, she was right. With her status and beauty, once she was willing to recommend herself to him, no man could refuse. Not even Mingyu, the island master, could. When the time came, Qian Mo would jump up and become the island master's wife. This was something the pointy-mouthed man didn't want to see. If he offended the future island master's wife, he wouldn't have a good ending. The pointy-mouthed man's expression changed, and his eyes suddenly flashed with coldness and ruthlessness. He gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch, you forced me to do this." As he spoke, he walked towards Qian Mo with an unfriendly look. He obviously didn't want what he was worried about to happen, and the only way to avoid it was to throw Qian Mo into the sea. As long as Qian Mo died, he could rest easy. Although he felt it was a pity, it was nothing compared to his own life. Qian Mo seemed to have expected this and didn't panic at all. Instead, she sneered, "You don't have to do it." As soon as she finished speaking, Qian Mo jumped down from the ship and looked like she was going to fight with Pang Zhen and the others. She would rather die than give in. The reason why she had said that she was going to sleep with him was because she had a slim chance of deterring the sharp-tongued man. Since her plan had not succeeded, she would not give in. She could only take the initiative to jump into the sea. After falling into the cold water, Qian Mo and Pang Zhen looked at each other and nodded slightly. They immediately prepared to escape in different directions. This time, there was no way to resolve the matter. Their only hope of survival was to escape from this place and stay away from the pointy-mouthed man and the beaver. The hope wasn't high, but they had to try. Moving in the sea race undoubtedly had the absolute advantage. After all, they were a race born in the sea. Boom, boom, boom. A muffled sound suddenly came from afar. It sounded as if someone was violently slapping the surface of the water. The rhythmic vibrations were transmitted through the surface of the water. At the same time, there were layers of ripples visible to the naked eye. The sound was getting closer and closer. The ripples became clearer and clearer, almost converging into a wave. Everyone was stunned for a moment and turned to look in the direction of the sound. They didn't know what had happened, even the aggressive beaver. It seemed to have sensed the approaching danger as well. It stopped moving and stopped on the surface of the sea. A row of water pillars shot up into the sky and pushed towards them at an extremely fast speed. In front of the water pillars, there was a figure. He had his hands behind his back and was walking on the sea. That rumbling sound. It was the collision when his feet stepped on the surface of the sea. Every step he took was accompanied by an indescribable concept of strength. After he left, a pillar of water shot up into the sky like a dragon behind him. This person was not young. He looked to be in his 50s or 60s, but his real age was definitely higher than that. The pointy-mouthed man and the cultivator of Serene Soul Island were stunned. They couldn't be more shocked. Because it was extremely difficult to walk on the surface of the sea with one's physical strength alone. Although they could do it, They definitely couldn't do it as well as this person, and couldn't do it for too long. But this old man who came. He looked like he was taking a stroll in the park. Other than the slightly loud sound, there was no sign of fatigue on his body, nor was there any sign of exhaustion. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, he could keep walking like this. How strong did one's physical strength have to be able to walk like this for such a long time? In the entire Serene Soul Island, the number of people who could do this could be counted on one hand. There was another person beside the old man. He looked younger and was a young man. The young man was sitting cross-legged on the surface of the sea, and he looked much more relaxed than the old man. He did not seem to be moving at all, but he was able to keep up with the old man without falling behind at all. When he got a little closer, the pointy-mouthed man realized that there was a sea beast under the young man's butt, carrying him forward. The pointy-mouthed man was stunned. It wasn't that the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had never tried to tame a sea beast, but even the island master had never succeeded. The sea beasts that lived in the coastal territory of Serene Soul Island, no matter how strong they were all stubborn and would rather die than submit. That was why the cultivator of Serene Soul Island had to give up after many attempts. But now, someone was sitting on the back of a sea beast. This shocked the pointy-mouthed man even more than the old man walking on the sea. The commotion caused by the old man and the young man naturally alarmed Pangjin, Qianmo, and the others. Oh, he is. Pangjin looked at Yang Kai seriously for a long time before his eyes suddenly lit up. Qianmo, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai's buttocks with her beautiful eyes. There was some hesitation and disbelief in her beautiful eyes, but soon, a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. Leaping out of the sea, she quickly approached Yang Kai. She couldn't walk as leisurely as the old man, nor could she maintain this pace for too long. She could only rely on a spurt of energy, and when that energy ran out, Qianmo could no longer move forward. However, she still approached Yang Kai crazily and excitedly, her pretty face filled with a smile of reunion. "Old Sha, do you know this woman?" Yang Kai, sitting on the back of the little dolphin, turned to look at Sha Hu and asked curiously. Sha Hu laughed. "This old master hasn't left the mountain for 100 years. How could I know anyone? Isn't this woman here to find you?" "Find me?" Yang Kai smiled. "That shouldn't be the case. She is a commander of Sea God Palace. I have nothing to do with her. Why does it seem like she really is here to find me?" As the distance between them narrowed, Yang Kai also noticed that something was wrong. This woman named Qianmo was really rushing towards him, waving her hand as she approached him, as if she was very familiar with him. Yang Kai scratched his head, puzzled, but since he couldn't respond rashly, he could only wait and see what would happen. The little dolphin under his buttocks suddenly let out a happy and aggrieved cry and accelerated towards Qianmo. A moment later, Qianmo arrived in front of Yang Kai. She didn't pay any attention to Yang Kai at all and instead approached the little dolphin. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, she called out in a trembling voice, "Princess! Princess!" Kai Yang was dumbfounded, stunned on the spot. The little dolphin kept crying out excitedly and circled around Qianmo. Finally, it plunged into Qianmo's arms like a child who had seen its mother. It was acting like a spoiled child. Yang Kai looked down from above and saw that Qianmo's full breasts were somewhat deformed by the little dolphin's head, revealing a deep ravine and a large expanse of white skin. Sha Hu stood quietly to the side with his hands behind his back, glancing at Qianmo and the little dolphin before nodding. "So that's how it is. It turns out to be a member of the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. No wonder this old master felt something was wrong." Yang Kai felt like he had just woken up from a dream. Qianmo had called the little dolphin princess, and Sha Hu had said that the little dolphin was from the Dolphin Flood Dragon clan. Yang Kai immediately realized that the little dolphin he had accidentally bumped into had a great background. Obviously, this little dolphin was a member of the Sea Clan's royal family and was the Sea Clan's princess that Qianmo and Shang Ao were looking for. For this reason, the two Sea Clan commanders had gone to Sunrise Island to make a scene. It seems that Qianmo and Shang Ao were not lying. The Sea Clan's princess had indeed disappeared near Sunrise Island, but rather than being abducted by Sea Temple's people, she had broken into Serene Soul Island. Then, she was accidentally discovered. After finding the Sea Clan's princess, Qian Mo relaxed, not even caring about her own safety, allowing the little dolphin to act affectionately with her for a while before suddenly raising her head and glaring fiercely at Yang Kai. "You despicable human, what did you do to my princess? Daring to ride on Her Royal Highness's back? You deserve to die 10,000 deaths." Yang Kai looked down at her and chuckled. "What can I do to it?" He did not become angry because of Qian Mo's attitude. The little dolphin's status was supreme among the Sea Clan, so it was only natural that Qian Mo would be so angry. "Why haven't you come down yet?" Qian Mo angrily rebuked. Yang Kai curled his lips. "If it doesn't want to carry me, I will come down. Little guy, tell me, do you want me to come down?" These last words were directed at the little dolphin, and under Qian Mo's murderous gaze, Yang Kai even reached out and patted the little dolphin's head. Qian Mo's lungs were about to explode from anger. Although the princess was still young and could not assume human form, she was sacred and inviolable among the Sea Clan. Any Sea Clan member who saw her would have to respectfully salute her, but now, a despicable human was actually riding on her and even shamelessly patting her head. What angered Qian Mo the most was that the princess seemed to be enjoying herself, spitting out a few bubbles from her mouth and wagging her tail happily. "Look." Yang Kai spread his hands. "I didn't force it." Qian Mo took a deep breath and puffed out her full breasts, feeling the urge to punch Yang Kai to death. The little dolphin's mouth made a strange sound and Qian Mo listened attentively. After a long time, her expression relaxed slightly, but she still glared at Yang Kai with hatred. "I don't know what kind of scheme you used to make the princess rely on you so much, but this matter isn't over yet, remember this." Yang Kai just shrugged and ignored her meaningless words. At this time, Pang Jin also swam to Yang Kai's side and cupped his fists. "Sect Master Yang. Island Master Pang, it's a small world." Yang Kai responded with a smile. Pang Jin lowered his head and looked at his own state, feeling quite embarrassed. Fortunately, Yang Kai timely changed the topic and asked, "Why are you in such a sorry state? The people on that boat aren't from Sea Temple or Sea God Palace, right?" Chapter 1711. Above the sea, Yang Kai listened to Pang Jin's narration and learned what had happened after they entered Serene Soul Island. On that day, a total of 100 to 200 people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace had fallen into Serene Soul Island, and except for a few who were killed by the Slender Man, everyone else had been escorted back unharmed. The total population of Serene Soul Island had always been small, so when such a large number of people suddenly appeared, Serene Soul Island naturally forced Pang Jin and the others to pledge their loyalty. Under the eaves, people had no choice but to lower their heads, so Pang Jin, Qian Mo, and the others could only feign obedience. However, Shang Ao, the other great commander of Sea God Palace, had a more violent temper. He had always been a high and respected figure, so how could he stand being manipulated and obeying orders? His rebellious nature made him seem somewhat out of place on Serene Soul Island, so he was taken away alone and detained, most likely tortured and beaten. Recently, Qian Mo and Pang Jin had not seen Shang Ao again, so no one knew whether he was alive or dead. Except for Shang Ao, everyone else was divided into more than a dozen teams, each led by a different cultivator of Serene Soul Island and assuming different tasks. Qian Mo, Pang Jin, and the others were tasked with searching for shadowed heaven lotuses out at sea, while others were tasked with mining or in the mines of Serene Soul Island or doing odd jobs. These origin-returning realm masters had not had a good time after arriving on Serene Soul Island. Because of various accidents, many of them had died. In particular, going out to sea to search for shadowed heaven lotuses was a very dangerous task as they often encountered sea beasts that were difficult to resist. In the end, it was possible for them to be wiped out. However, no one cared about them. Any cultivator who had just arrived on Serene Soul Island had to experience this. Only when they recognized Serene Soul Island and recognized Mingyu as its ruler would they be able to officially join. Only then would one be qualified to officially join Shadowed Soul Island and obtain Shadowed Heaven pills to temper one's physical strength. The most fundamental reason why Mingyu was able to rule Serene Soul Island was not only because of his own strength, and it was because he controlled the Shadowed Heaven Pill. Sect Master Yang, everyone in this damned place has incredibly powerful physiques. It seems they've all taken Shadowed Heaven Pills. You can't fight them head-on. Pang Zhen saw Yang Kai's relaxed appearance and couldn't help reminding him. As he spoke, he turned back to look in the direction of the ship, his eyes filled with vigilance. He couldn't help but stare blankly. The reason for that was because he suddenly discovered that the old man who had his hands behind his back and was treading on the surface of the sea. She didn't know when he had boarded the boat, but he was just standing on the bow of the boat. The originally arrogant and domineering sharp-mouthed man and the others no longer had the awe-inspiring aura from before. Every one of them looked at the old man's back in horror, their faces pale. Not only were they unable to chase the old man off the boat, they didn't even have the courage to breathe. Where did this old man come from? There was no such person in the Supreme Ocean Palace or the Sea God's Palace. Could it be a friend that Yang Kai recently made on Serene Soul Island? Pang Zhen was puzzled. Old Sha, my friends seem to have been bullied by them just now, Yang Kai called out to Shahu. He actually had no friendship with Pang Zhen and had only met Qian Mo once, but in any case, they were still people from Shadowed Star and had nothing to do with the cultivators on Serene Soul Island. What's more, Yang Kai still had some ideas about Sea Temple and Sea God Palace, so he couldn't just stand by and watch them die. Shahu heard this and grinned. Bullied? That's easy. As soon as his voice fell, Shahu suddenly turned around and threw out a punch towards the sharp-mouthed man and the others. His fist was about 5 meters away from the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. However, a fierce aura erupted from this fist and swept across the sharp-mouthed man and his companions. Asterisk pring pring pring. Asterisk, a series of muffled bangs rang out as the sharp-mouthed man and his companions didn't even have the chance to utter a sound before their bodies were blasted apart by Shahu, their blood and flesh spraying across the sea. The sea immediately turned red. Pang Zhen, Qian Mo, and the others were stunned in place. The Serene Soul Island cultivators, which they couldn't resist at all, had been easily defeated by this old man. Just how strong was this old man? They couldn't even begin to imagine. Since arriving on Serene Soul Island, Pang Zhen, Qian Mo, and the others' perceptions of strength had been completely subverted. Here, there was a different standard to measure the strength of a cultivator on Star's territory, and that was physical strength. The only explanation for this scene was that the old man's physical strength had already reached an unimaginable level. Sect Master Yang, this senior, what is his background? Pang Zhen asked weakly as Qian Mo also cast a concerned look towards him. Old Sha's real name is Sha Hu, don't you remember? Yang Kai looked at Pang Zhen with a smile. Sha Hu. Pang Zhen frowned as a thoughtful look appeared on his face, seemingly recalling something as he stared straight in the direction of Shahu. After a while, his eyes lit up as he cried out involuntarily, My Sea Temple's previous second temple master? You're from Sea Temple? Shahu looked at Pang Zhen. Pang Zhen couldn't care less about anything else and quickly rushed out of the sea, rushed to the ship, and knelt down, his voice trembling as he called out, Sunrise Island's Island Master Pang Zhen greets Martial Uncle Sha. So you're Sunrise Island's Island Master. Sha, who had heard Yang Kai mention Pang Zhen once before, but he didn't know who was the one. Hearing him introduce himself at this moment, Sha, who understood and smiled gently, Get up, there's no need to be so polite. Many thanks, Martial Uncle. Pang Zhen was so excited that his face flushed red as he rubbed his hands and said, Disciple has long admired Martial Uncle Sha's reputation but has never had the chance to meet him. I heard that Martial Uncle disappeared 300 years ago for no apparent reason, which was a matter of great regret. Disciple never imagined that he would be able to meet Martial Uncle on Serene Soul Island. Sha, who laughed and said bluntly, Good flattery. Pang Zhen's old face flushed red, but he didn't show any embarrassment, simply grinning happily as he pointed to the cultivator and said, Martial Uncle, these are my Sea Temple's disciples. Sha, who swept his eyes over the cultivator one by one before nodding lightly, Good, good. After 300 years, this old master has finally seen his family. You can rest assured, with this old master here, no one can harm a single hair on your head." The several Sea Temple disciples all wore excited expressions, as if they had found a great backer, all of them ecstatic. A moment ago, their fate was uncertain and their future was bleak, but the next moment, the previous second temple master, who had disappeared for 300 years, appeared in front of them and even killed several Serene Soul Island cultivators with a single punch, saving them from their current predicament and even declaring that he would protect them, so how could they not be happy? On the other hand, Qian Mo and the other sea race masters were a little disappointed. Fortunately, Pang Zhen had not forgotten them. During this time, the Sea Temple disciples and Sea God Palace had always supported each other. Now that Sea Temple had a great backer, they no longer had to worry about being bullied, so Pang Zhen naturally had to introduce Qian Mo and the others to him. Immediately, Pang Zhen pointed to Qian Mo and said, "Martial Uncle Sha, this is Commander Qian Mo of Sea God Palace. She was sent to Serene Soul Island with Martial Nephew and has received a lot of help from them over the past few days." Pang Zhen's words were not to flatter Qian Mo and the others, but to tell the truth, the main reason was that the sea race was naturally stronger than the human race in terms of physical fitness. From the fact that Shang Ao was able to contend with several Serene Soul Island cultivators at the beginning, it could be seen that the sea race was better at tempering their bodies than the human race. Sha Hu nodded noncommittally. He was willing to ensure the safety of Pang Zhen and the others because they were of the same origin, but Sha Hu did not have a good impression of the sea race. When he was the second temple master of Sea Temple, he had dealt with this arrogant race many times and his hands were stained with the blood of many sea race cultivators. Sha Hu didn't want to care about the life and death of the sea race cultivators, but after seeing the little dolphin under Yang Kai, he suddenly smiled and said, "In that case, let's go together. Let's put aside the grievances between Sea Temple and Sea God Palace for the time being. If we have a chance to leave Serene Soul Island, we can talk about other things." "Many thanks, Martial Uncle Sha." Pang Zhen couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Sha Hu would attack Qian Mo and the others. If such a thing really happened, he would definitely be accused of treachery and it would become a heart demon for Pang Zhen's future cultivation. Fortunately, Sha Hu was a reasonable person, so Yang Kai didn't have to worry about this. Qian Mo's expression was slightly complicated as she also thanked Sha Hu. The sea race and human race cultivators who had fallen into the water quickly boarded the ship again. Under Qian Mo's murderous gaze, Yang Kai had no choice but to follow the crowd and board the ship, allowing the little dolphin to swim alone behind the ship. Yang Kai suspected that if he continued to sit on the back of the sea race's princess, Qian Mo would definitely fight him to the death. However, he still couldn't believe that the little dolphin who only knew how to search for shadowed heaven lotuses was actually the sea race's princess. It could only be said that this was a bit too dramatic. Seemingly seeing Yang Kai's doubts, Qian Mo took the initiative to explain, "Since Her Highness was born, it has only been 5 years since she was born. According to your human race's calculations, she only has the intelligence of a 5-year-old child and is unable to transform into a human. Moreover, she is naturally playful." This time, she secretly snuck out of Sea God Palace but unexpectedly ended up on Serene Soul Island. Yang Kai nodded. "In short, this general must thank you for bringing back Her Highness for my sea race," Qian Mo said again. Yang Kai glanced at her in amazement. Qian Mo's expression became cold again, "But the matter of you insulting Her Highness is not over. This general will remember this and sooner or later will make you pay the price." "As you wish." Yang Kai didn't comment. On the other side, Pang Zhen was also asking Sha Hu about their next itinerary. Now that they had escaped the control of Serene Soul Island, they naturally didn't want to return to that damned place where they could only endure humiliation. But when he learned from Sha Hu that their destination was actually Serene Soul Island, Pang Zhen suddenly fell silent. "Are you afraid?" Sha Hu turned to look at Pang Zhen with a light smile on his face. Pang Zhen shook his head solemnly. "Disciple is not afraid, it's just that the strength Disciple and the others can display is too weak to provide Martial Uncle with much help. However, since Martial Uncle has made a decision, Disciple will naturally obey." Even if we die, we must bite off a piece of Serene Soul Island's flesh. Chapter 1712. Shahu laughed and waved his hand. There's no need for you, you haven't used Shadowed Heaven pills to quench your bodies, so you'll only die if you go. This time, Yang Kai and I will go. You just hide in the distance and watch the show. Sect Master Yang? Pang Zhen glanced suspiciously towards the stern where Yang Kai was and whispered, Sect Master Yang is indeed a dragon among men. Disciple has fought with him before and was not his opponent, but he has only recently arrived on Serene Soul Island. How can he help martial uncle? He had no doubt about Yang Kai's strength, but that was on the limitless ocean after all. It could be seen from his and Qian Mo's situation that a powerful cultivator in the outside world would not necessarily be as powerful here. As long as a cultivator had lived on Serene Soul Island for a few years, they could easily crush them. So when he heard Shahu say that he would only bring Yang Kai, Pang Zhen was a little worried. Shahu, however, just smiled bitterly. What do you know? Even this old man is no match for him, so do you think he can help? Pang Zhen's mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, his face filled with shock, almost suspecting that he had heard wrong. Glancing back at Yang Kai standing at the stern, Pang Zhen found that Yang Kai was smiling innocently at him and couldn't help shivering. There's no need to doubt it, this little brat is indeed stronger than this old master. A month ago, I exchanged a few moves with him and was repelled by a single palm strike, but now. Shahu didn't continue, but Pang Zhen understood what he meant. Shahu's meaning was obvious. A month ago, he had been repelled by Yang Kai with a single palm strike, and now he was even worse off. Pang Zhen became even more shocked. Everyone had fallen on Serene Soul Island together, and over the past 2 or 3 months, their strength had not grown at all. They had been ordered around by the cultivator on Serene Soul Island, doing meaningless things, but Yang Kai was able to defeat his martial uncle Sha, who had lived here for 300 years. Was this little brat a monster? The ship was not big, but it sailed smoothly on the sea. The little dolphin pushed him from behind from time to time, but its speed was not slow. In less than 5 days, the Serene Soul Island could be seen in the distance. Just wait here. Wait for this old man to finish his business. Then I'll bring you guys up. Shahu ordered before tossing a bottle of Shadowed Heaven pills to Pang Zhen. Everyone, take one and refine them. Pang Zhen took it and was overjoyed. He had been coveting the Shadowed Heaven pills on Serene Soul Island for a long time. He also knew that the reason the cultivator on Serene Soul Island was stronger than him was because of this pill. Unfortunately, he never had the means to obtain it. Originally, they had to wait until they officially joined Serene Soul Island before they were qualified to carry out missions and receive varying amounts of Shadowed Heaven pills from the island master. This process was going to be very long. Perhaps 80% of the people would die before they could wait until then due to some reason. And even if they did get it, the quantity would be very small, and the quality would be even lower. But now, Shahu had thrown him a bottle. Pang Zhen respectfully thanked him. Without delay, Shahu opened the bottle cap and distributed a pill to each of the Sea Temple's disciples. Qian Mo looked on enviously from the side, but just as she was feeling bitter and depressed, she suddenly noticed something flying towards her from the corner of her eye. Reaching out, she caught it in the palm of her hand. Looking up, she found Yang Kai looking at her with a smile, saying, "You can also share a pill with each of you." Qian Mo blinked and coldly snorted, "This general will return it to you in the future." "We'll talk about it later." Yang Kai smiled and followed Shahu towards Serene Soul Island. The little dolphin let out a strange cry from behind, as if warning Yang Kai to be careful along the way. Giving Qian Mo a bottle of Shadowed Heaven pills was not something Yang Kai had done on a whim, but because he knew. Even if he didn't give it to her, the little dolphin would ask him for it. The relationship between it and Qian Mo was obviously very close, so it would naturally think for her. As for the Shadowed Heaven lotus in Yang Kai's hands, it was almost all thanks to the little dolphin. It could be said that half of the Shadowed Heaven lotus and Shadowed Heaven pills were thanks to the little dolphin. A bottle of Shadowed Heaven pills was nothing to Yang Kai. Up ahead, Shahu slowed down his pace, obviously waiting for Yang Kai. After Yang Kai caught up with him, Shahu said with a dignified expression, "Yang Kai, this old master's purpose on this trip is only to kill that bastard Mingyu. On Serene Soul Island, Mingyu is the strongest, but there are also some who are not weak. When the time comes, I will need you to help this old master hold the fort." "No problem," Yang Kai readily agreed before asking, "How confident is old Sha in fighting Mingyu?" Shahu's expression became serious as he thought seriously for a while before replying, "At least 60%. Although this old master and Mingyu haven't seen each other for 100 years, and his strength has definitely increased, but with those inferior shadowed heaven pills, his strength can't increase by much. This old master is more or less confident that I can kill him." "Then I wish old Sha victory in advance," Yang Kai said with a smile. Shahu was in high spirits. Since taking the shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai, his strength, which had remained stagnant, began to soar. Although he still could not compare to Yang Kai, he was already extremely strong compared to others. Compared to the shadowed heaven pills refined by Yang Kai, Shahu felt that the shadowed heaven pills he had taken before were simply dog shit. Not only was the quality extremely low and difficult to refine, but the medicinal efficacy was also impure. While enhancing one's physical strength, it also brought some hidden dangers to one's body. These hidden dangers could not be seen in a short time, but if one took these shadowed heaven pills for a long time, there would definitely be problems. Now that Mingyu no longer had the advantage of the shadowed heaven pills, Shahu simply did not put him in his eyes. The speed of the two was extremely fast, and it was not long before they arrived on Shadowed Soul Island. Looking at the city at the center of the island, Shahu sneered and sped up, leaving behind only an afterimage in his wake. Yang Kai unhurriedly followed behind Shahu, not falling behind in the slightest. Serene Soul City was the only city on Serene Soul Island, with 7,000 to 8,000 cultivator living in it. It was also the only stronghold on Serene Soul Island. It was unknown when this city had been built, but the ancient walls were engraved with the traces of the flowing time Great Emperor. Almost every cultivator who had fallen on Serene Soul Island would come to this city. In Serene Soul City, the one with the highest status was the island master of Serene Soul Island, Mingyu, followed by several of his trusted subordinates, who were in charge of the entire Serene Soul Island and controlled the flow of shadowed heaven pills. Any cultivator living on Serene Soul Island who wanted to obtain shadowed heaven pills had to submit to Mingyu's rule. At the city gate, 4 or 5 cultivator wearing armor were monitoring the passing cultivators. Any cultivator who returned from sea territory would have to hand over half of what they had obtained before they were allowed to leave. The most precious shadowed heaven lotus would be collected in full, not left for any cultivator. Any cultivator who dared to take a shadowed heaven lotus would be punished with the harshest punishment. Groups of exhausted cultivators who had returned from sea were waiting outside the city gate, preparing to enter Serene Soul City. Many of these cultivators were injured, and some were even missing an arm or a leg. They looked extremely miserable, obviously having been attacked by sea beasts while they were out at sea and had suffered heavy losses. The few cultivators wearing armor were checking the harvest of the cultivators waiting to enter the city when they suddenly heard a cry of surprise from the crowd. The leader of the cultivators frowned and was about to reprimand them, but then he seemed to have sensed something and turned his head to look into the distance. On the other side, 2 silhouettes were rapidly approaching Spectre City. Their speed was as fast as lightning, leaving a long trail of afterimages behind them. Only after the two had covered a distance of 1,000 zhang did the trail of afterimages gradually disappear. The leader of the cultivators turned pale with fright and signaled to his companions. They all took out their secret treasures and stood in front of the city gate. When the 2 figures were about to approach, he shouted, "Who are you? Stop right there. Get lost." With an angry shout, the 2 figures rushed through the city gate one after the other and broke into Serene Soul City. The cultivators who were waiting in line to enter the city were in an uproar, and they all looked surprised. The management of Serene Soul Island was very strict, and it had been many years since someone forced their way into the city. But today they saw it with their own eyes. Many people couldn't help but mourn for the two who had forced their way into the city. They felt that these two people were doomed. Daring to challenge Mingyu's authority in Serene Soul City, they were destined to die without a burial place. But before they could finish their thoughts, they heard a loud bang. Turning their heads, they were shocked to find that the leader of the cultivators in front of them had exploded, leaving behind a large amount of blood and minced meat. The onlookers only felt a chill run down their spines and kept quiet out of fear. They didn't even know when the leader of the cultivators had been hit. At the same time, an angry roar resounded from the city. "Mingyu, get out here for this old master." The roar was earth-shattering and deafening, and many people couldn't help but turn pale. However, there were also those who were eager to see the world plunged into chaos. After being stunned for a moment, their eyes lit up with excitement as they quickly moved closer to the source of the voice. They wanted to see who was the audacious person who dared to call Mingyu by her name in Spectre City. The entire Serene Soul City was in chaos, and under Shahu's roar, countless cultivators gathered in his direction. In a short time, more than 2,000 people had gathered, and the number was still increasing. Shahu stood quietly on a street in Serene Soul City, his hands behind his back and his expression indifferent. Kai Yong followed behind him, a bored look on his face as he scanned his surroundings. Serene Soul City looked pretty good, and although it was a little shabby, it was a great achievement to be able to establish a stronghold in this damned place. There were even some shops near the street selling daily necessities. But at this moment, the people in the nearby shops had already left. Under Shahu's astonishing aura, no one dared to stay nearby and had all hidden far away. Whispers could be heard all around, and many cultivators were pointing at Yang Kai and Shahu. Some were gloating, some were indifferent, and some were eager to take action. Chapter 1713. Old Thing, you dare to offend the dignity of Lord Island Master? Hand over your life. From a distance, an angry roar came, and from the end of the street, a figure rushed towards Shahu aggressively, shouting loudly as he rushed, obviously wanting to take credit for himself. Serene Soul Island's management was extremely strict, and there were very few riots or uncontrollable events, so the cultivator who followed Mingyu rarely had the opportunity to show off. Today was undoubtedly a good opportunity, and this person had taken advantage of this opportunity to make a move on Shahu. If he could win the favor of Mingyu, a bottle of high-quality Shadowed Heaven pills would definitely not escape his grasp. So after hearing Shahu's roar, this person immediately rushed over. Halfway through, Yang Kai summoned a heavy saber-shaped artifact and gripped it tightly in his hand, giving off an imposing aura. Coupled with his burly body, Yang Kai gave off the feeling that he could kill anyone who stood in his way, regardless of who stood in his way. Shahu just stood quietly in place, his eyes fixed on the tallest building in the center of the island. There seemed to be a pair of gloomy eyes staring at him from afar, colliding with Shahu's gaze in midair. An invisible force caused the temperature of the entire Serene Soul Island to drop significantly, causing many people to shiver uncontrollably. The burly man holding the saber didn't notice this at all and rushed all the way to within 10 meters of Shahu before leaping up high, the long saber in his hand drawing a brilliant arc as a sneer appeared on his face. "Old dog, your head is mine." Shahu slowly turned his head and looked at the person who had just arrived. With this glance, the burly man's face froze. The newcomer sucked in a breath of cold air, and an incomparably frightened expression appeared on his face. His indomitable momentum was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, and in an instant, it disappeared into nothingness. A strange sound came from his throat. Letting out a long sigh, this burly man fell straight down from the air, his feet sinking deep into the ground as he stared at Shahu, his voice trembling as he called out, "Shah? Island Master Shah?" This burly man obviously recognized Shahu. Shahu sneered coldly, "Zhouan, after not seeing you for 100 years, it seems you haven't grown at all." The brawny man named Zhou and looked embarrassed. Then, he said angrily, "Have I made any improvements? It's not up to you to decide. Instead, how are you still alive, Island Master Shah?" "Mingyu said I died?" Shahu sneered as he stared at Zhou and like he was an idiot. You believe what he said? Not only am I not dead, but I'm also not dead. He was still living a comfortable life. Today, they had come to take Mingyu's head. To vent the hatred in my heart. Zhou An's expression flickered. Although he was frightened, his attitude remained firm. Shahu, don't be delusional. The strength of Dark Moon Island's island master has improved greatly in the past 100 years. You were not his opponent back then, and you are still not his opponent today. Obediently surrender and follow me to see the island master. Maybe you can escape this disaster, otherwise. Otherwise what? Island master was able to defeat you 100 years ago, but you are still no match for him 100 years later. Zhou shouted. Shahu laughed. Idiot, didn't Mingyu tell you that the reason he was so skilled back then was because he used poison? Since this old master has made a comeback today, I will not give him a chance. Shahu ignored Zhou and instead turned to the tallest building on the island and roared, Mingyu, if you don't have the guts to come down and fight this old master will go up. As soon as these words fell, Shahu's figure leapt up more than 100 meters into the air, like a great prung spreading its wings as he approached the center of the island. Wishful thinking. Suddenly, angry shouts came from all around and at least a dozen cultivator wrapped in red light rushed out from the crowd to intercept Shahu. The red light around these cultivators' body was a clear sign of their vitality, and from the intensity of this light, it was easy to infer their vitality. Some of the Serene Soul Island cultivators Yang Kai had encountered before were either too weak or had not used their full strength, so they did not show such signs. But at this moment, after learning Shahu's true identity, the dozen or so masters from Serene Soul Island no longer cared about hiding their strength and used their full strength. Shahu ignored the pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators and simply stared coldly forward, his eyes showing neither sadness nor joy, neither surprise nor fear, only a murderous intent. The dozen or so cultivators were overjoyed and each of them desperately pushed the strength in their bodies to send out a powerful attack towards Shahu. But before their attacks could reach him, a young man strangely appeared behind Shahu and quietly floated in the air, as if he was flying. Facing the fierce pincer attack of the dozen or so cultivators, this young man still smiled lightly and waited until they were close enough before punching out with both fists. In the air, a series of fist images rained down like a violent storm, blasting in all directions. More than a dozen figures, the crimson light on their bodies burst like bubbles one after another. Every one of them seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, flying backwards amidst screams and cries of alarm. Among them, the bodies of several people even exploded in midair. Hong hong hong. The remaining cultivators who were not dead smashed into the nearby houses, creating large holes in them one after another. Amidst the blood, there were bits and pieces of internal organs, many of them falling to the ground, their vitality fading. The thousands of onlookers were in an uproar as they stared at the young man who was still floating in the air, everyone's eyes filled with horror. The dozen or so people who had just attacked Shah, who were all famous masters on Serene Soul Island. No one knew how strong they were in the outside world, but on Serene Soul Island, each one of them was strong enough to rank in the top 100. They were all capable subordinates of Mingyu. But in the face of this young man's attacks, more than a dozen of them had died or been injured, none of them able to get up. It could be said that they had all been wiped out. Who was this young man? Why had they never seen him before? Compared to this young man, Shahu's name was already known to many people. On Serene Soul Island, Zhou was not the only one who recognized Shahu. Among the onlookers, many of them also remembered the island master, Shahu, from 100 years ago. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100, and soon, all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island knew what the situation was. The former island master had come to seek revenge on the current island master. This was a once-in-a-lifetime show, and no one wanted to miss it. However, the young man who had just displayed his invincible might was standing in front of them, so no one dared to chase after him. Those cultivators who obeyed Mingyu did not dare to act rashly either. The miserable state of the dozen or so cultivators were still vivid in their minds, and they could still hear the weak screams of pain echoing in their ears. As long as they did not want to die, they would not dare to provoke Yang Kai again. Yang Kai glanced around and said with a smile, "Old Sha wants to challenge Mingyu. All of you should just watch from afar. If anyone dares to step forward, don't blame this Yang for being ruthless." Normally, when such an unknown young man said such words, no one would pay attention to him, but after he had repelled the joint attack of more than a dozen masters, his words carried absolute authority. No one dared to provoke him. The onlookers simply stood in place and watched from a distance, wanting to know who was stronger between the former island master and the current island master. At the center of the island, a great battle had obviously broken out. Shahu's angry roar could be heard from far away, as if he was in the mood to kill. Even from more than a dozen kilometers away, the concepts of strength triggered by the collision of fists and feet could be clearly transmitted. The sound of explosions and tremors in the air poured into everyone's ears, causing their blood to boil and fear to boil. Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a moment before drawing a line on the ground with his finger and then walking towards the battlefield without looking back. Even after he left, no one dared to cross the line and could only watch the shocking battle from afar. Although they couldn't see it clearly, they could only endure the anxiety in their hearts. A distance of more than a dozen kilometers was crossed by Yang Kai in just a dozen breaths. At the foot of the tallest building in the center of the island, there were already a number of bloody corpses lying on the ground, obviously killed by Shahu. There were also some other cultivators standing not far away, paying close attention with bewildered looks on their faces. They didn't dare to step forward and intervene at will. When Shahu first arrived here, he had killed several of them in a flash, establishing a fierce and peerless image. Unless these people wanted to die, they wouldn't dare to find trouble with Shahu. Now, only Mingyu was fighting with Shahu alone. Yang Kai didn't put the spectating masters in his eyes and instead cast his gaze towards Mingyu. Mingyu was a scholarly middle-aged man dressed like a Confucian scholar, and in terms of temperament, he was somewhat similar to Clear Sky Sect's great elder Mou. However, his physical strength was countless times greater than Mou's. The dark red light around his body was extremely dense, demonstrating the tyrannical power of his vitality. Every movement he made was accompanied by the roars of dragons and tigers, seemingly capable of splitting the heavens and earth. Shahu's vitality was in no way inferior to Mingyu's. When Yang Kai arrived, the two of them were still engaged in a fierce battle that left huge craters in the ground one after another. The surrounding buildings had all collapsed, and even the central building had a wall collapsed and was leaning to one side. Yang Kai watched for a moment and couldn't help raising his brow. Shahu regarded Mingyu as his greatest enemy, and every time he mentioned Mingyu, the hatred in his eyes was not without reason. Yang Kai was certain that 3 months ago, Shahu was definitely not Mingyu's opponent. Judging from Shahu's strength when they first met, he wouldn't have lasted more than 100 breaths against Mingyu. However, over the past 3 months, Shahu had taken a lot of shadowed heaven pills. He had refined himself and had made a certain degree of breakthrough in his physical strength, making him even stronger than he was 3 months ago. This was why he was able to fight evenly with Mingyu without falling behind. The battle between the two was extremely brutal, almost exchanging injuries for injuries. This kind of fighting style was most suitable for a cultivator with a powerful physical body. Because one's physique was strong and their vitality was abundant, the injuries they suffered would not be too serious and it would be easier for them to recover. Yang Kai had used this kind of fighting style more than once to kill powerful enemies. However, in a situation where the physical strength of the two was balanced, this kind of fighting style was really just exchanging injuries for injuries. What determined the final victory was one's own willpower and determination. In this regard, Shahu undoubtedly had the advantage. Chapter 17:14. Little Mingyu, you didn't think you would have such a day, did you? This old master will never forget the enmity of the past. Today, this place will be your burial ground. Shahu shouted as he fought with Mingyu, his two fists twisting like pythons as they passed through Mingyu's defenses from an incredible angle and slammed into his chest. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the red light around Ming Yu's body trembled violently, but the effect was not great and he quickly recovered. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ming Yu used his hand as a blade and slashed down fiercely, his palms seemingly transforming into a peerless blade as it struck Sha Hu's shoulder. Sha Hu's body sank and he grimaced in pain for a moment. To be honest, the fact that you were able to live to this day really surprised this island. Ming Yu's voice was calm, a stark contrast to Sha Hu's violent rage. But what surprised this island even more is that your strength has grown to such an extent. It seems you have had many fortuitous encounters in the past 100 years. Sha Hu laughed loudly. No fortuitous encounters, but I did meet a noble. Ming Yu frowned slightly and glanced in the direction of Yang Kai. Almost instantly he understood the hidden message in Sha Hu's words and felt that this unfamiliar face, Yang Kai, should be the noble Sha Hu spoke of. Ming Yu, you are no longer this old master's opponent. This old master will tear you to pieces. Sha Hu continued to roar, seemingly in a frenzy, but in his heart he knew better than anyone that it was impossible to defeat Ming Yu just by relying on hot-bloodedness and impulsiveness. These seemingly meaningless words were only meant to disturb Ming Yu's mind. This island master will wait and see. Ming Yu's tone was still indifferent, as if he did not put Sha Hu in his eyes at all. In the middle of the battle, the two figures were entangled, their fists landing on flesh, blood splashing everywhere, and from time to time, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. This was simple and violent. This fierce and thrilling battle caused all the onlookers to be stunned. Needless to say, Ming Yu's subordinates had never seen Ming Yu use his full strength before. At this moment, they realized that Ming Yu had not become the island master by luck. His true battle prowess was much stronger than theirs. Even Kai Yang was watching from the side with great interest. Although Yang Kai was confident that his physical strength was stronger than Ming Yu and Sha Hu's, he knew that both Ming Yu and Sha Hu were powerful cultivators who had made great achievements in the aspect of physical strength. There weren't many opportunities to observe such a cultivator's battle up close. He put himself in their shoes, observing and deducing the direction of the battle, and actually gained some small gains. Time passed slowly. The battle between Sha Hu and Ming Yu continued at an astonishing speed and intensity, but they were still evenly matched. It was impossible to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. During the battle, the two of them would stuff some shadowed heaven pills into their mouths from time to time to make up for the consumption of their qi and blood and the lack of physical strength. He kept the crimson light outside his body in its strongest state. Ming Yu's subordinates were secretly nervous. They didn't know what would happen to them if Ming Yu was defeated. Although they wanted to help, they didn't have the courage, so they could only turn their attention to Yang Kai. However, after Yang Kai killed the two people who came to provoke him, the rest of them no longer dared to act rashly. Among these people, their strength was basically equal. Even if there was someone stronger, they couldn't be that strong. Yang Kai had crushed two of their companions like ants, so if they still couldn't see how strong Yang Kai was, they would be blind. The battle here started quickly and ended quickly, so it didn't affect the battle between Ming Yu and Sha Hu. However, after perceiving Yang Kai's strength, Ming Yu obviously paid more attention to him. Sha Hu immediately seized this opportunity and began bombarding Ming Yu with all his strength. The stalemate began to slowly tilt in Sha Hu's favor. Sha Hu's momentum grew stronger. The crimson light outside his body was even stronger than before, and with an irresistible momentum, it madly suppressed Ming Yu. Ming Yu's situation became more and more tense. The several cultivators who had been standing nearby watching the battle also turned pale. Even they could see that the battle was beginning to turn against Ming Yu. Although the degree was very subtle, in the long run, Ming Yu's disadvantage would only grow bigger and bigger, and he would eventually be defeated. Was Sha Hu really so strong? They could hardly believe it. Yang Kai also secretly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, the strength of Ming Yu and Sha Hu was absolutely evenly matched. At the beginning of the battle, even Yang Kai had not been able to predict the outcome of the battle, but now, if nothing unexpected happened, Sha Hu's victory was almost certain. Ming Yu would not be able to reverse his decline. Indeed, as Yang Kai expected, as time passed, Ming Yu's disadvantage grew bigger and bigger while Sha Hu became fiercer and fiercer. Out of 10 moves, 8 of them were on the offensive, while Ming Yu could only passively defend, his momentum slowly being worn down. In the end, when Ming Yu struck out with his palm and revealed an opening, Sha Hu took advantage of this opportunity and roared, "Ming Yu!" This roar seemed to be able to vent the anger he had accumulated over 100 years. Pushing his blood force madly, Sha Hu dodged Ming Yu's blow and thrust his hand towards Ming Yu's heart. Victory seemed to be within his grasp. A fierce grin appeared on Sha Hu's face. Ming Yu, whose life was hanging by a thread, showed no signs of panic as he glanced indifferently at Sha Hu, the corners of his mouth suddenly curling into a sarcastic smile as he said lightly, "Sha Hu, you will never know how strong this island master is." Sha Hu's heart clenched as he instinctively felt that the situation was not good. Just as he was about to withdraw, a burst of Saint Qi surged from Ming Yu's body, causing his already tyrannical momentum to soar and a protective layer of Saint Qi to appear around his body, blocking Sha Hu's blow. The power of his Shi suddenly burst out. Sha Hu felt as if he had fallen into a swamp and was unable to break free, his state of mind instantly affected by Ming Yu's Shi. Ming Yu struck out with his palm and struck Sha Hu's chest. With a loud bang, Sha Hu was sent flying backwards, blood spraying from his mouth. After he staggered to the ground, the red light around his body had dimmed greatly and his face was extremely pale. He stared blankly at Ming Yu who was standing over there, his eyes trembling violently as he called out, "How did you can still use your Saint Qi, right?" Ming Yu smiled faintly. Shadowed Soul Island has its own world principles, so it is impossible for any cultivator who enters here to use their Saint Qi. This is indeed the case. However, this island master broke the world principles here, so I am the island master, not you. Impossible! Sha Hu roared, his face filled with unwillingness. Nothing is impossible, Ming Yu laughed lightly. Ming Yu smiled lightly, looking down on the blood-soaked Sha Hu, as if to prove his words, a burst of power burst out from his body. This was Saint Qi. This was the Saint Qi fluctuations of a third-order origin returning realm master. Sha Hu was dumbfounded as he stood in place. In terms of physical strength alone, Yang Kai was on par with Ming Yu. Just now, he had been able to almost kill Ming Yu because of his 100 years of endurance and perseverance, but if Ming Yu could use his Saint Qi, Yang Kai would not be his opponent at all. Sha Hu opened his mouth but found that he could not utter a single word. The continuous high-intensity battle had almost exhausted him, and after realizing that Ming Yu was no match for him, the momentum he had been maintaining suddenly dissipated and a sense of exhaustion immediately overwhelmed him. A hand gently rested on his shoulder and Sha Hu turned his head with a pale face, only to find that Yang Kai was standing next to him at some point. "Yang Kai." Sha Hu's voice was dry. "I'm sorry, this old master has implicated you." He had misjudged the situation. This time, he had failed to take revenge and not only would he die here, but Yang Kai would also be buried with him. Being able to use his Saint Qi on Serene Soul Island meant that Ming Yu was basically the master of this place, and no one could resist him. "Old Sha is too serious. Take a rest and let me handle this." Yang Kai smiled lightly, not showing the fear Sha Hu had imagined. Sha Hu was surprised, not knowing what Yang Kai was relying on to face an opponent who could use his Saint Qi and Shi, but seeing him so calm and composed, Sha Hu could not help feeling encouraged and nodded before taking a few steps back. Ming Yu did not speak again, simply staring at Yang Kai with interest. Seeing him stare back at him without the slightest fear, Ming Yu smiled slightly and said, "How about joining me? I can make you the Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island. From then on, you will be second only to me." Several of Ming Yu's subordinates immediately directed envious looks towards Yang Kai, their brow furrowed slightly, as if they were waiting for Yang Kai to agree so they could step forward and flatter him. Vice Island Master, this was an unprecedented position. On Serene Soul Island, although Ming Yu was the island master, no one had ever been able to become a Vice Island Master. Ming Yu did not seem to have any intention of establishing such a position. His subordinates had tried many times to become Vice Island Master, but Ming Yu had never agreed. None of them dared to act too rashly and could only leave things as they were. But today, Mingyu had taken the initiative to extend an olive branch to Yang Kai, so how could these cultivators not be envious? Not interested. To their surprise, Yang Kai shook his head and refused without even thinking about it. How could the trivial position of Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island enter Yang Kai's eyes? He was the Star Master of Shadowed Star. If Serene Soul Island had not become an independent space with its own world principles, it would definitely belong to Shadowed Star and be dominated by Yang Kai. Wouldn't becoming the Vice Island Master of Serene Soul Island be lowering his status? Mingyu raised his brow and said lightly, "This Island Master is a little disappointed." Yang Kai chuckled and said, "You'll be even more disappointed. Do you want to oppose this Island Master?" Mingyu stared at Yang Kai with scorching eyes. "Not really, those who walk different paths cannot make plans together." Mingyu frowned and sighed. "In that case, this Island Master will grant you death." Yang Kai laughed. "You don't have the ability. Old Sha was right about one thing." "What?" Mingyu and Sha who asked at the same time. "It's impossible for you to break the world principles here," Yang Kai sneered. Chapter 17:15. World principles were extremely profound. Yang Kai, as the master of Shadowed Star, was unable to break through the world principles of Shadowed Star, so how could Mingyu possibly do so? Therefore, Yang Kai concluded that Mingyu must have used some special method to be able to use his Saint Chi. Yang Kai was very curious about this method. Mingyu's expression was slightly startled, but he did not show any signs of panic, simply frowning as he asked, "You are not this Island Master. How do you know this Island Master cannot break through the world principles here?" "I just know." Yang Kai smiled lightly, a look of certainty on his face. Yang Kai's confident look caused Mingyu's face to become gloomy, and his attitude was no longer as easygoing as before as he coldly snorted. "Regardless of whether this Island Master can break through the world principles, this Island Master can use his Saint Chi." "Boy, you're dead. Who doesn't know how to boast?" "I just don't know if you have such ability," Yang Kai suddenly shouted. "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and resonant cry of a bird suddenly resounded through the sky. Accompanied by this loud cry, a huge and beautiful firebird that seemed to be burning with flames suddenly flew out from his body. Spreading its wings, this firebird covered almost half the sky, and a scorching hot aura instantly filled the air. Everyone stared at this giant firebird in shock, feeling the rich fire attribute energy radiating from its body, some of their faces turning pale. Mingyu's expression also became extremely dignified. He was shocked to discover that this firebird, which did not have a physical body and was composed entirely of energy, not only did it contain a fierce fire attribute energy, but it also contained a violent thunder attribute energy. Inside this firebird's fiery body, there was a dazzling purple glow that seemed to dance around like a snake. Lightning and fire? Even with Mingyu's rich experience and knowledge, he was unable to figure out what this firebird was. However, this was not the end of it though. After the firebird appeared, a simple-looking stone man appeared in front of Yang Kai. This small stone man looked charmingly naive. However, this stone man was carrying a giant black stick on its shoulder. The contrast between this giant stick and its small body was quite comical. The moment the tiny stone golem appeared, it let out a low growl. His body grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a stone giant that was over 100 feet tall. Even the pitch-black rod on its shoulder had become thicker and longer. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for them to breathe. Elysian Moon's face finally changed. She looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Get him!" Yang Kai ordered. The cries of birds and the roars of beasts resounded throughout the entire Serene Soul Island. The firebird suddenly flapped its wings and arrived above Mingyu's head in the blink of an eye. Its majestic phoenix eyes looked down and opened its beak. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky towards Mingyu. Mingyu cried out involuntarily. How could she dare to stay where she was? He immediately used his movement technique to dodge. With a boom, the ground was filled with dust. A huge crater had appeared where Elysian Moon had been standing. Before Elysian Moon could react, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps approached. Asterisk dong dong dong. Asterisk the stone mongoose took a step forward. Those two big feet were like drumsticks, fiercely hitting the ground, making a sound like a war drum. 200 meters away from Mingyu, the stone mongoose swung its heaven-shaking pillar. The several 100,000-kilogram heaven-shaking pillar was like a toy in its hands, weightless. However, the violent wind it created almost sent Mingyu flying. Mingyu's face suddenly turned pale as he stretched out his hand. After a flash of light, a pitch-black hexagonal shield appeared in front of him. This hexagonal shield rotated rapidly, exuding an Origin-grade mid-rank aura. It was obvious at a glance that its defensive strength was extremely high. It was impossible for an ordinary Origin-returning Realm Master to break this shield in one blow. However, Mingyu did not relax at all. Instead, his expression became even more dignified as he leapt backwards. Asterisk Kong. Asterisk the sky-shaking pillar slammed into the hexagonal shield, and the hexagonal shield was unable to block it for even a moment. It was shattered into countless pieces, and the sky-shaking pillar continued on its way towards Elysian Moon. Fortunately, Mingyu reacted quickly and managed to avoid this terrifying blow, but the aftershock of the pole still forced him into a miserable state. His clothes were instantly torn apart as a gust of wind tore through his body, causing crimson blood to flow from all over his body. Asterisk the cry of a bird rang out above Mingyu's head. Looking up, Mingyu's heart sank to the bottom. He found that the huge firebird had once again arrived above him, a series of snake-like bolts of thunder and fire shooting out from its body and enveloping the area several dozen meters around him. There was no way to avoid it. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as flames soared into the sky, instantly turning the surrounding several dozen meters into a living hell. All of Serene Soul Island shuddered. Mingyu's subordinates had long ago lost the ability to think as they watched Mingyu's figure being swallowed up by the countless bolts of thunder and fire, all of them feeling like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even someone as strong as Sha, who was trembling in shock. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai had not used his full strength when fighting with him. At that time, if Yang Kai had released this strange stone giant and firebird, how could he have survived? Whether it was the stone giant or the firebird, they could have easily crushed him. The physical strength Sha, who was so proud of, was nothing in front of these two strange creatures. Fortunately, the relationship between him and Kai Yang wasn't too bad, and they had even turned from enemies to friends. Thinking so, Sha, who felt some lingering fear, but at the same time he secretly rejoiced at his wise decision. But, just what is the origin of this Yang Kai? With such powerful strength, wouldn't it be enough to sweep across all of Shadowed Star? It seemed that after this time, Sha Hu would have to ask Pang Zhen about Yang Kai's origins. Sha Hu secretly made up his mind before his consciousness once again drifted back to the battlefield. What he saw, though, he could not help letting out a soft sigh. He found that Mingyu, who was at the center of this hellish world, had not died immediately and was instead still showing signs of vitality. Sha Hu did not know how Mingyu did it. After all, if it had been him, even if he had 10 lives, he would have died instantly. Yang Kai obviously also noticed this, but instead of being surprised, he observed Mingyu with great interest. After a short while, the scene of thunder, lightning, and flames disappeared, and instead, Mingyu stood in the center of the scorched earth, gasping for breath, looking extremely distressed. At this moment, he no longer had his previous elegant demeanor. His clothes were almost completely tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his skin was scorched black. The vitality in his body was also intermittent. If it were not for his strong physique, he would have already died. The only reason he could still stand there was because he had been taking Shadowed Heaven pills all year round, tempering his physique and enriching his vitality. But that was it. Mingyu stared blankly at Yang Kai, a look of unwillingness on his face as he clenched something in his hand. Yang Kai's gaze shifted as he saw what this thing was. It turned out to be a token, one that Yang Kai felt was very familiar. From this token, he could clearly feel an Emperor pressure. A Star Emperor token. Yang Kai raised his brow. He had never expected that Mingyu would possess a Star Emperor token. Under Yang Kai's perception, it was because of this Star Emperor token that Mingyu was able to communicate with the world energy of Serene Soul Island and mobilize his own Saint Qi and Shi, allowing him to persist under the fierce attack of the Firebird until now. This damned place is actually related to Yang inflammation? This thought quickly flashed across Yang Kai's mind. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai's figure flickered, rushed in front of Mingyu, and sent out a palm strike towards him. Mingyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was unable to resist, so this palm strike was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Mingyu could only watch as Yang Kai's palm struck him, unable to resist. With a muffled thud, Mingyu fell backwards. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took the Star Emperor token and space ring from Mingyu's hand. With his back to Sha Hu and the others, Yang Kai carefully stroked this Star Emperor token and soon determined that it was indeed a Star Emperor token, because the ones he had were exactly the same as this one in front of him. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this Star Emperor token seemed to have some subtle connection to a certain location on Serene Soul Island. Yang Kai raised his head and stared in that direction. "Old Sha, I'll leave the rest to you, I'll go over there and investigate," Yang Kai said before immediately disappearing. Sha Hu was stunned for a moment but didn't care too much about this, instead turning his head and grinning towards Mingyu's subordinates. It was not until this moment that these people came back to their senses and cried out in panic, "Island Master Sha, please spare us. What happened 100 years ago was Mingyu who forced us, we did not do it willingly." Willingly or not, it has nothing to do with this old master. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. You all colluded with that bastard Mingyu 100 years ago to make things difficult for this old master. If this old master hadn't been so lucky, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to get his revenge today. Sha Hu's body flashed a bright red light as he rushed towards the cultivator like a tiger in a flock of sheep, none of them able to withstand a single blow, and after 10 breaths of time, all of them were slain. Now that he had gotten his revenge, Sha Hu stood in place and let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens that rolled out in all directions. The thousands of cultivators on Serene Soul Island all turned their eyes towards the source of this roar, their expressions changing slightly. They knew that Serene Soul Island had undergone a great change. In a small valley near the center of Serene Soul Island, Yang Kai stepped inside. Since entering this place, the Star Emperor token in his hand, which originally belonged to Mingyu, buzzed, as if it was trying to break free from Yang Kai's control. The scenery in this valley was quite good, and there were a few cottages built around it. Yang Kai didn't know whose residence it was, but it was now empty. Kai Yang turned his head and looked around, a look of suspicion on his face. Although he felt that this valley was a little strange, he couldn't tell what it was based on his observation alone. After thinking about it for a moment, Yang Kai released the suppression on the Star Emperor token in his hand. The Star Emperor token immediately flew out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and as the Star Emperor token danced in the air, a series of dark holes suddenly appeared. These holes were filled with nothingness and chaos, and rich space force fluctuations pulsed from them. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became solemn. Chapter 1716. These holes were all similar to void cracks, and they had always existed here. It was just that no one had noticed them, and only Star Emperor tokens could activate them. The shapes of these holes were also similar to Star Emperor tokens. In the void, there were a total of 9 holes, each of which had some subtle and mysterious connections. These 9 token-shaped holes were connected from head to tail and formed an array that Yang Kai could not understand. 9 was an extreme number, and Yang Inflammation had once told Yang Kai that in her heyday, she had made a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens. If all 9 Star Emperor tokens could be collected, a shocking secret would be revealed. As for what this shocking secret was, Yang Inflammation had not explained. However, it was obviously related to the scene in front of him. Yang Kai wore a thoughtful look as he gradually connected the dots between what he had seen and heard in the past, but he was still unable to speculate on Yang Inflammation's intentions. Serene Soul Island was definitely related to Yang Inflammation, there was no doubt about this. Otherwise, there would not be 9 token-shaped void cracks here, nor would there be a similar number of holes as the total number of Star Emperor tokens. Just as Yang Kai was in a daze, the Star Emperor token flew into one of the holes, perfectly covering it, leaving no gap, as if the void crack had been filled by the Star Emperor token. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Kai flipped his wrist and summoned 4 more Star Emperor tokens into his palm. These 4 Star Emperor tokens were obtained by Yang Kai by chance over the past few dozen years after entering Star territory. One of them was given to him by Guizhou and was the only Star Emperor token that sealed the divine technique of the Great Emperors. However, during his battle with Luo Hai on Scarlet Wave Star, Yang Kai had unlocked the seal and used the power of the Star Emperor token to kill Luo Hai. Although the seal was gone, the Star Emperor token had been preserved. The second was obtained by Yang Kai when he first entered Lu Yen's sand field for life experience. The third was originally Yi Shiyun's, but it later fell into Yang Kai's hands. The fourth piece was obtained from the Star King Mountain's altar, including the Star Emperor token he had obtained today. Kai Yang already had a total of 5 pieces in his hands. Of the remaining 4 pieces, Yang Kai only knew that Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce had one while the whereabouts of the other 3 were unknown. After the 4 Star Emperor tokens were taken out, the same thing happened. They wanted to escape from Yang Kai's control, but Yang Kai remained calm and collected, allowing them to fly away. Unsurprisingly, after the 4 Star Emperor tokens arced through the air, they each embedded themselves into the void, filling up the holes that had been left behind. In the next moment, the 5 Star Emperor tokens bloomed with light and a mysterious power emerged from the Star Emperor tokens and enveloped Yang Kai. His Saint Qi, which had been dormant for a long time, burst like a dam. It rumbled and flowed through Yang Kai's flesh and meridians, emitting an astonishing power. After experiencing this long-awaited power, Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt refreshed. By now, he had finally figured out what had happened. It was precisely because he had a Star Emperor token that Mingyu was able to use his Saint Qi to take Shahu by surprise. Just like he was now. Yang Kai didn't know if Mingyu originally had a Star Emperor token or if he had accidentally discovered it here. Mingyu was dead, so there was no way to investigate this matter. Yang Kai stood in place like a javelin. Raising his eyes, he stared into the void with a deep gaze. His consciousness passed through the void and probed far into the distance. He could faintly sense that there was an even vaster world hidden behind this void. This world was far more wonderful than the star territory he was in, and there was an even more powerful cultivator there. An even more terrifying principal strength. Yang Kai's consciousness wandered and he was unable to wake up for a long time. He wanted to see what this world was like, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not see it clearly. All Yang Kai could vaguely feel was that his soul was constantly moving forward, as if there was no end to it. Outside the mountain pass, Shahu crossed his hands behind his back and looked forward quietly. He didn't know why Yang Kai had entered that place, but it had been a month since he entered. Serene Soul Island was now under his complete control, and all the cultivator who had targeted him in the past had been killed. The remaining cultivator had also pledged loyalty to him. Sha, who had once again become the island master of Serene Soul Island. Pang Zhen, Qian Imo, and Shang Ao arrived together. Shang Ao had not died. He had just been imprisoned by Mingyu and had suffered some torture. Without taking Shadowed Heaven pills, Shang Ao was able to display extraordinary combat power, so it was easy to imagine how strong he would be if he had taken Shadowed Heaven pills. With such potential, Mingyu was naturally reluctant to kill him. His original intention was to imprison him for a period of time to temper his temperament and then find a way to subdue him, but in the end, that day had not come. After Mingyu's death, Shang Ao was rescued by Qian Imo. At this moment, as the 3 of them approached, at the entrance of the mountain pass, the stone mongoose carrying the heaven-shaking pillar on his shoulder and the beautiful artifact spirit Lu Yen in human form stared at them vigilantly. The three of them were instantly locked onto by the divine senses of the stone mongoose and Lu Yen, and all of them went stiff, not daring to move. Both of you, they mean no harm, there's no need to be nervous. Shahu's mouth twitched as he hurriedly cupped his fists. The stone mongoose rolled its eyes but remained unmoved, still leaning forward and maintaining an attacking posture. Lu Yen, on the other hand, was more intelligent and glanced at Shahu coldly before withdrawing her hostility. Shahu couldn't help sweating slightly. Thinking back, he was one of the top masters on the limitless ocean and had been trapped on Serene Soul Island for 300 years. Although he had not been able to use his Saint Chi, after tempering his body with shadowed heaven pills, Shahu believed he was no weaker than before. Even so, he was still no match for these two subordinates of Yang Kai. Needless to say, the stone mongoose was obviously a powerful monster. Without being able to use his Saint Chi, even 10 Shahu together might not be able to compete with it. The gorgeous woman was even more powerful, the violent power of thunder and fire flowing through her body giving her an imposing aura that put even more pressure on Shahu than the stone mongoose. Facing this woman, Shahu felt like he was facing an origin king, although he did not know how strong an origin king was. After comforting the stone mongoose and Lu Yen, Shahu turned his head to Pang Zhen and asked, "What's the matter?" Shang Ao and Commander Qian Mo wanted to come over and thank Sect Master Yang. Pang Zhen replied respectfully, "Of course." Shahu nodded before turning to Qian Mo and Shang Ao and smiling bitterly, "But I'm afraid that won't be possible now. As you can see, no one can pass through here. You can only wait for Yang Kai to come out on his own." "We'll just wait," Shang Ao coldly snorted. After learning that it was basically Yang Kai's credit that allowed him to escape this time, Shang Ao wanted to thank him in person. As for Shahu, who had also contributed a lot, Shang Ao did not put him in his eyes. The grievances between Sea Temple and Sea God Palace ran deep and were not something that could be easily resolved overnight. Shahu obviously knew this as well. However, he did not care about Shang Ao's indifference and instead asked with interest, "By the way, this old master has been busy with Serene Soul Island these days and has not had time to ask about it in detail. Pang Zhen, what is the background of Yang Kai?" Hearing this question, Shang Ao and Qian Mo could not help showing a look of interest. The strong always respected those who were stronger. Qian Mo and Shang Ao were both commander-level characters in the Sea Clan, possessing high status and great strength. However, compared with Yang Kai, the two of them found that they were simply not worthy of his attention. Having lived in the deep sea for so long, they did not know much about inland matters, even less than Pang Zhen, so they were naturally curious about Yang Kai's origins. Sect Master Yang is the sect master of High Heaven Sect. Pang Zhen thought for a moment. He replied with a serious expression. "High Heaven Sect?" Shahu was stunned. How come this old master has never heard of this sect? Pang Zhen smiled bitterly. "Martial uncle disappeared 300 years ago, so naturally it's impossible for you to have heard of it. This High Heaven sect has only been around for 15 years. 15 years? Its heritage isn't that deep." Shahu chuckled. "However, with a capable person like Yang Kai, as long as it is given time, it will definitely be able to rival Heaven Battling Union. Thunder Typhoon sect will be on equal footing." "Martial uncle?" Pang Zhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thunder Typhoon sect and Heaven Battling Union are already history. They were destroyed? Shahu's expression shook as he exclaimed. It was destroyed by Sect Master Yang's High Heaven sect." Shahu sucked in a breath of cold air while Qian Mo and Shang Ao looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Qian Mo and Shang Ao didn't know much about the situation on the mainland. However, they had all heard of the names of Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union. These were great forces that had dominated Shadowed Star for thousands of years. The Star King Mountain was also destroyed by him. Pang Zhen threw out another shocking piece of news. What? This time, Shahu was thoroughly shocked. Even Star Emperor Mountain was destroyed by him. Not exactly, because most of Star Emperor Mountain's masters have been recruited to High Heaven Sect by Sect Master Yang. Currently, High Heaven Sect is the strongest sect on Shadowed Star. How does my sea palace compare? Shahu asked anxiously. I'm afraid it's not enough. Pang Zhen said truthfully. However, because we are separated from High Heaven sect by the deep sea and inland respectively, there is no intersection. On top of that, High Heaven sect's headquarters is located inside the flowing flame sand field. It can be said to be an impregnable fortress that no one can breach. Shahu was instantly stunned. He naturally knew about the Lu Yen sand field. It was one of Shadowed Star's restricted areas, one that no one could enter under normal circumstances, but High Heaven sect had actually established its headquarters there. How did they accomplish this? Not only was Shahu dumbfounded, but Qian Mo and Shang Ao were also dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Pang Zhen tactfully did not say anything more as he could understand the shock in the hearts of Shahu and the two Sea clan commanders. Which master on Shadowed Star had not been shocked when they heard this news? When this information was passed to the Deep Sea, Sea Temple was also completely shocked, and the several temple masters were unable to eat or sleep, fearing that Yang Kai's ambitions would soar and he would extend his claws to the limitless ocean. But it turned out that Yang Kai had no such intentions, and after several years, the several temple masters of Sea Temple gradually calmed down. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was on Sunrise Island, he proposed to trade with Sea Temple. It was likely that the several temple masters did not understand Yang Kai's intentions, so they had not agreed. Chapter 1717. After a long silence, Shahu seemed to have gradually digested this information and asked more carefully about Yang Kai. Pang Zhen told him all the information he knew. Shahu's expression became more and more dignified while Qian Mo and Shang Ao's expressions also changed, seemingly communicating with each other secretly. At that moment, there was a sudden movement in the mountain call and a figure walked out. It was Yang Kai. Shang Ao, Qian Mo, and Pang Zhen all looked shocked and cupped their fists. Shahu smiled slightly and asked, "Did you gain anything?" Yang Kai returned the courtesy before putting away the stone mongoose and Lu Yen before nodding, "A little." "So, you can also use your Saint Chi?" Shahu asked in surprise. In his battle with Mingyu that day, his opponent had suddenly used his Saint Chi and Shi, which had really startled Shahu. After thinking about it for a while, Shahu could only attribute this to the secret hidden in this mountain kernel. The depths of this mountain call were the place he had told Yang Kai before, a place even he could not explore. There must be some secrets hidden there, perhaps related to why Mingyu was able to use his Saint Chi, but Shahu could not figure out why. Now that he saw Yang Kai's expression, he immediately had a guess. Using Saint Chi is no problem. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not as happy as Shahu imagined, quickly adding, "I also found a way to leave this place." "What?" Shahu exclaimed. Pang Zhen and the other two were also stunned for a moment before immediately turning overjoyed looks towards Yang Kai. Eagerly they asked, "Is that true?" "Naturally," Yang Kai nodded. "I came out to tell you this news. If any of you want to go out with me, make preparations as soon as possible. I will be leaving this place in a few days." "Sect Master Yang?" Pang Zhen looked at Yang Kai hesitantly. "Dare I ask, Sect Master Yang, how many people can you take out?" To the side, Shang Ao heard Pang Zhen's question and immediately came to his senses and asked the same question. "It won't be a problem to bring everyone out," Yang Kai replied. "However, but what?" Pang Zhen immediately tensed up. "I can take the people of Supreme Ocean Palace and Sea God's Palace out for free. As for the others, I'll have to trouble you to tell those people that if they want to leave this place, they should help me find some shady heaven lotuses." Pang Zhen was startled, but he quickly reacted and smiled bitterly. Sect Master Yang's calculations are quite good. One could imagine. Once news of this spread, the cultivator who had been trapped on Serene Soul Island would definitely work hard to find the shadowed heaven lotus in order to leave this place. At that time, Yang Kai would become the biggest winner. Yang Kai chuckled and said, "I'm just collecting a little reward." "What about the time?" "Yang Kai, when do you plan to leave?" Shahu asked. "In a month." "Good." Shahu nodded. "This old master will help you pass on the message." As for my Ocean Palace's cultivator, I won't let you work for nothing. Once we leave this place, Ocean Palace will naturally send you a gift of thanks. If old Shah insists, then it would be impolite for me to refuse, Yang Kai laughed. My Sea God Palace will not let sect Master Yang work for nothing, Shang Ao quickly expressed. Yang Kai glanced at him. He just nodded faintly and did not say anything. The news of being able to leave Serene Soul Island spread like wildfire. Soon, it swept across all of Serene Soul Island. After hearing this news, more than 90% of the cultivator expressed their disbelief, thinking it was some kind of joke. After all, if there really was a way to leave Serene Soul Island, they wouldn't have been trapped here for so many years. Over the years, countless cultivator had been trapped on Serene Soul Island, many of whom were incredibly talented, so there should be some cultivator who could find a way to leave. But in fact, Shadowed Soul Island was nothing more than a cage that trapped everyone here until they died. Now that such a piece of news had suddenly popped up, it was really hard to believe. It wasn't until Shah who stepped forward to clarify and vouch for them that the Serene Soul Island cultivator believed the authenticity of this news. For a time, almost all of Serene Soul Island's cultivator mobilized and began to set off in groups to the surrounding sea territory in search of shadowed heaven lotuses, hoping to occupy a spot to leave. Serene Soul Island became an empty island in a very short time. Thousands of kilometers away from Serene Soul Island, in the sea territory, Yang Kai stood on the back of the little dolphin and set off forward. While the Serene Soul Island cultivator was searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, Yang Kai himself had not been idle. Shadowed heaven lotuses were such good things that the more the better, so after Shah who spread the news that day, Yang Kai left Serene Soul Island with the little dolphin and set off to the distant sea territory, relying on the little dolphin's instincts to search for precious shadowed heaven lotuses. Yang Kai's harvest was bountiful. The distant sea had always been a difficult place for Serene Soul Island cultivator to set foot in, so naturally, there were more shadowed heaven lotuses here than near the coast. After tempering his body with hundreds of origin-grade shadowed heaven pills, Yang Kai's physique had become several times stronger than when he first entered Serene Soul Island. The sea beasts he used to think were powerful were now vulnerable in front of him. The further Yang Kai and the little dolphin traveled, the more abundant their harvest became. Estimating that it was about time, Yang Kai had the little dolphin return. When he returned to Serene Soul Island again, thousands of cultivators were already waiting for him. A month was not enough time for all the cultivators to harvest enough shadowed heaven lotuses. Some of them were unlucky and did not even see a single shadowed heaven lotus. At this moment, all of them looked uneasy, worried that Yang Kai would not take them with him when he left. After meeting with Shah Hu and the others and learning about the situation, Yang Kai asked the cultivators of Sea Temple and Sea God Palace to help him collect the shadowed heaven lotuses. The cultivator who had a shadowed heaven lotus happily handed over his harvest this month before walking to the side and waiting for the moment to leave. It only took a day for the matter to be settled. The island's residents were divided into two groups, one group who had turned in their shadowed heaven lotuses and the other group who had not. The number of cultivators who had not turned in their shadowed heaven lotuses was not too many, only 700 to 800. Yang Kai stood in front of these 700 to 800 people and looked at the anxiety, uneasiness, and embarrassment on their faces before smiling and saying loudly, "Don't say this Yang didn't give you a chance. Since you don't have any shadowed heaven lotuses, you can only use other methods to redeem your freedom. Little brother, may I ask what kind of method it is?" In the crowd, a warrior who looked a little old asked. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously, lest he make some harsh demands. Some of you may have great backgrounds, or your status on Shadowed Star may not be low. You must have relatives and sects on Shadowed Star, so after leaving here, as long as you pay the appropriate price, I can take you with me. If you can't even afford this price, then you will be my slaves for 10 years. For 10 years, your lives will be mine, and you will do whatever I tell you to do. As soon as these words came out, the audience went into an uproar. Some of the cultivators were worried, but most of the cultivators were overjoyed. Yang Kai was right. Most of these people had relatives and sects on Shadowed Star, so as long as they left here, it would not be a problem to collect some materials. Exchanging those materials for their freedom was not a bad deal. If they couldn't even raise such a small amount of materials, 10 years of servitude wouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai didn't seem to be an evil person, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a suggestion. All he needed to do was sit back and abandon them on Shadowed Soul Island. 10 years later, they would regain their freedom. Those who are willing, please go to Island Master Sha and leave your soul imprint. After you complete the agreement, this Yang will return your soul imprint. Yang Kai shouted again. In the next moment, more than half of these 700 to 800 people rushed in Sha Hu's direction, while the rest hesitated for a moment before following after them, seemingly resigned to their fate. On the other side, Sha Hu, who had received instructions from Yang Kai in advance, had already ordered the disciples of Sea Temple to prepare. After these cultivators rushed up, Sha Hu took out a piece of white spirit jade and had each cultivator engrave their soul imprints on it. With these soul imprints, anyone could easily control the life or death of these cultivators, so no one would dare ignore today's agreement. Sha Hu squeezed out of the crowd and came to Yang Kai's side. Looking around at the crowd, he smiled bitterly and said, "Does Sect Master Yang's High Heaven sect lack such materials?" Yang Kai chuckled, "Mosquito meat is still meat." Sha Hu glanced at him thoughtfully for a moment before chuckling meaningfully but did not say anything more. He seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai clearly intended to take away all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island, which was why he made such a simple request. Yang Kai had two purposes for doing this. On the one hand, he wanted to use the cultivator on the island to help him plunder Shadowed Heaven Lotus, and on the other hand, he wanted to make a clean bowl of water so he would not be criticized. The only explanation for this was that he could return to Serene Soul Island and had already regarded this place as his own backyard, so he wanted to take everyone away. Considering all this, Sha Hu's breathing quickened slightly. Not to mention the number of Shadowed Heaven Lotus Yang Kai had harvested on Serene Soul Island these days. In the future, as long as he wanted, he could come here to collect Shadowed Heaven Lotus at any time. It was easy to imagine what a terrifying behemoth High Heaven sect would become in the future. Yang Kai did not know what Sha Hu was thinking, but with age and experience, Yang Kai believed that Sha Hu could vaguely guess what he was thinking. Yang Kai had no intention of explaining himself. Now that he had the method to leave, he had the right and ability to do so. He just wanted to treat this place as his own restricted area. The matter of the 700 to 800 cultivators was settled in less than a stick of incense worth of time, and all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island had been assembled. Everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai, wondering what method he would use to take them away from this place, a look of expectation and anxiety appearing on everyone's faces. Even Sha Hu and the others were the same. Although Yang Kai had spoken confidently before and none of them had the slightest doubt, when it came to this, they could not help feeling nervous. Chapter 17-18. In front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai didn't move much, simply closing his eyes and standing quietly in place. However, a pure and rich spiritual energy spread out from his body. The strength of this spiritual energy caused everyone to pale in shock. Yang Kai's spiritual energy penetrated the void and extended to an unknown location. Yang Kai had mastered the Tao of space, and tearing space was always the best way to escape from a prison, but this method wasn't suitable for Serene Soul Island. This strange place was isolated from the outside world, so if Yang Kai couldn't locate Shadowed Star, even if he used tearing space, he would only be able to travel inside Serene Soul Island, unable to leave. However, with some of the secrets of Serene Soul Island and the ability to use Saint Chi, as well as being Shadowed Star's Star Master, it wasn't too difficult for Yang Kai to determine the location of Shadowed Star. Yang Kai's divine sense shuttled through the void and soon sensed the space barrier between Serene Soul Island and Shadowed Star. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai's space force fluctuated wildly as he stretched out his hands and thrust them forward. His hands shot out like dragons emerging from the sea and, under everyone's close attention, plunged directly into the void. Exclamations suddenly rang out as the thousands of cultivators stared with wide eyes at this incredible scene. What they saw was Yang Kai's two arms strangely disappearing. Such a scene was beyond the scope of their understanding. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly let out a roar. His arms suddenly tore to the sides, and along with his movements, the space in front of him was like a piece of cloth being torn in half. A dark crack appeared. The crack grew larger and larger, and a terrifying aura spread out from it, like an ancient beast opening its bloody maw, wanting to swallow this world whole. It wasn't until this crack expanded to about 10 meters in length that Yang Kai took a deep breath and stopped tearing. However, the rich spatial energy was still surging out of Yang Kai's body. Like a sharp arrow, Yang Kai shot into the void and opened up a void corridor that connected Serene Soul Island to a certain place on Shadowed Star. Shahu was already dumbfounded. A month ago, Yang Kai had said that he had mastered the method to leave, but Shahu did not doubt it. However, he didn't know the inside story. Only now did he truly understand what Yang Kai was relying on. He had actually cultivated the extremely rare secret art of space, and had mastered it to such a level. Not only could he tear space apart with his own strength, but he could also construct a safe void corridor. This ability could be seen throughout the entire planet's territory. Shahu believed that even the legendary Origin King Realm Masters could not achieve what Yang Kai had done. If we don't leave now, when should we? Just as Shahu was lost in thought, Yang Kai's voice suddenly reached his ears. He suddenly came back to his senses and waved his hand. Shouting, he shouted, "Follow this old master." Saying so, he was the first to rush into the void corridor constructed by Yang Kai and was swallowed by the darkness and nothingness. The Sea Temple disciples followed closely behind, disappearing one after another. The Sea Clan masters also hurried to keep up. Qian Mo nodded slightly to Yang Kai when she passed by him, while the little dolphin flicked her tail and made a series of strange sounds to Yang Kai, seemingly urging him to follow quickly. After the cultivator from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace disappeared, the other cultivators rushed forward. The void corridor torn by Yang Kai was 10 meters long, enough to accommodate many people walking side by side, so even if there were thousands of cultivators waiting, their speed was still extremely fast. In less than half a cup of tea's time, only Yang Kai remained on Serene Soul Island. Looking around, after confirming that there was no one left alive, Yang Kai was the last to rush into the void corridor. This void corridor was constructed by him personally, so Yang Kai was more familiar with its direction than anyone else. Allowing himself to swim freely through the void, after what seemed like an eternity, Yang Kai's vision blurred and he soon arrived above a sea territory. A sea breeze with a unique fishy smell brushed past Yang Kai's face as the cries and shouts of countless cultivators filled his ears. These were the cultivators who had just escaped from Serene Soul Island and were venting their excitement. From the moment they were trapped on Serene Soul Island, they thought they would never be able to leave again in this life and would only be able to live out the rest of their lives under the pressure of Mingyu. Never had they imagined that they would one day return to Shadowed Star. As such, after Yang Kai appeared, many cultivators cast grateful glances towards him. Regardless of whether Yang Kai had collected a certain amount of remuneration from them or not, the fact that they had left Serene Soul Island was real, and everyone was excited to see the light of day again. Yang Kai. Shahu flew over and could not help breathing a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Kai was safe. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning around and waving his hand towards the void crack behind him. The void crack, which looked like a beast's maw, began to collapse and soon disappeared. Without this void crack in the void corridor, no one could use Yang Kai's achievements to return to Serene Soul Island. Where is this place? Are we still on the limitless ocean? Yang Kai asked. Pang Zhen and the Sea Clan's people have already gone to investigate. News will come back soon, Shahu replied. Yang Kai nodded and waited quietly. About an hour later, Pang Zhen and Qian Mo appeared in front of everyone with joyful expressions on their faces. Martial uncle, this is indeed the limitless ocean. 10,000 kilometers west of here is my Sea Temple's headquarters, Black Reef Island. Pang Zhen reported excitedly. that's good news. Sha, who also showed a smile on his face, after 300 years, this old master has finally returned home. Yang Kai, this old master must thank you. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Old Sha is too polite. If you really want to thank me, you might as well promise me one thing. Speak, as long as you don't force this old master to betray his sect. This old master can promise you anything, Sha Hu said straightforwardly. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he smiled and said, "It's not a big deal, it's just that my High Heaven sect wants to make some material transactions with Sea Temple. After all, the products produced inland are very different from those produced in the deep sea. I mentioned this to Island Master Pang last time. However, Sea Temple seems to lack interest and hasn't responded yet." Pang Zhen couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. This old master thought it was something big, but for such a trivial matter, this old master has agreed. On top of that, such a transaction is beneficial to all of us, so Sea Temple will not refuse. When this old master returns to headquarters, he will personally preside over it. Many thanks, old Sha. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Sha, who was the previous second temple master of Sea Temple. Although he had disappeared for nearly 300 years, his prestige and seniority were still there, so since he had agreed, there shouldn't be any problems. Sect Master Yang, I wonder if my Sea God Palace can participate in this matter? Qian Mo suddenly asked with a smile. You also want to participate? Yang Kai looked at Qian Mo in amazement. Naturally. My Sea God Palace's control over deep-sea materials is even stronger than Sea Temple's, so Sect Master Yang is willing to make these transactions with Sea Temple. There is no reason to refuse my Sea God Palace's offer, right? Of course we won't refuse. Great Commander Qian Mo saying so is my High Heaven sect's greatest pleasure, Yang Kai laughed. Then it's settled, but the distance between the inland and the deep sea is far, so I'm afraid the transportation of materials will be quite troublesome. Sha Hu also nodded lightly to the side, agreeing with Qian Mo's statement. The reason why the deep sea and inland materials could not be exchanged on a large scale was because of the distance between them, something the cultivators on Shadowed Star could not solve. You don't need to worry about this. I will arrange a space array to connect High Heaven sect with your two sects. When the time comes, distance will not be a problem. Yang Kai already had a solution to this problem. Both Qian Mo and Sha Hu's eyes lit up, but then they remembered Yang Kai's ability to tier space. Both of them firmly believed in his ability to arrange a space array. If that's the case, this great commander will wait for Sect Master Yang's good news. Qian Mo smiled. This old master will also wait for your good news. Sha Hu said. While everyone was talking, many cultivators had already left. The people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace briefly discussed before bidding farewell to Yang Kai and returning to their respective headquarters. The little dolphin was reluctant to part with Yang Kai, seemingly unwilling to leave. In the end, Yang Kai gave it a few bottles of Shadowed Heaven pills to calm its mood. After an hour, only the 700 to 800 cultivators who had been slaves for 10 years remained, all of them looking at Yang Kai eagerly, waiting for his orders. Go to High Heaven sect yourselves. After you arrive, someone will receive you. If you need to contact your family or sect, feel free to do so. As long as you gather enough materials, this sect master will return your freedom, Yang Kai said. Many thanks, Sect Master Yang. The hundreds of cultivators cupped their fists. Yang Kai nodded and did not say anything more, his figure flickering and disappearing directly from where he stood. After returning to Shadowed Star, he could once again dominate this world with all the conveniences of a Star Master. Every time he moved, he could cross a distance of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It took less than half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the periphery of the Lu Yen Desert. Looking at this familiar scene, Yang Kai smiled slightly. No matter how wonderful the outside world was, when one's mind and body were exhausted, it was always best to be at home. Yang Kai disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was already inside High Heaven sect. Without disturbing too many people, Yang Kai first went to visit his parents to reassure them before going to see the elders of High Heaven sect to ask about the situation on Shadowed Star during the months he had been gone. Chapter 1719. With Yi Shiyun presiding over the overall situation of High Heaven Sect, there was no need for Yang Kai to spend any effort. Even if Yang Kai was not present, everything would be handled properly. After separating from the elders, Yang Kai went to see his little senior sister. During this trip to Serene Soul Island, Yang Kai's biggest harvest was naturally the thousands of shadowed heaven lotuses of different colors. With so many shadowed heaven lotuses, even if Yang Kai personally refined them, it would take him a long time to refine them all. However, for Xianing Chang, time was not a problem. She could use alchemy to cultivate. The shadowed heaven lotus and the shadowed heaven pill couldn't be found in the outside world, so Xianing Chang was very interested in them. After getting all the herbs and pill recipes, she immediately went into seclusion and concentrated on refining the pills. Yang Kai believed that soon, High Heaven Sect would have a large number of shadowed heaven pills, and with these body-tempering pills, the overall strength of High Heaven Sect would undoubtedly rise to another level. Yang Kai also had his own plans for these shadowed heaven pills that were about to come out. Although 10,000 shadowed heaven lotuses seemed like a huge number, if they were refined into pills, they would only yield between 70,000 and 80,000 pills at most. Now that High Heaven Sect had over 10,000 disciples, these 70,000 to 80,000 pills naturally could not be divided equally between everyone. In addition to the origin returning realm masters who were eligible to receive a certain number of shadowed heaven pills for body tempering, Yang Kai intended to take out a portion of the shadowed heaven pills as rewards for ordinary disciples who had contributed to High Heaven Sect. Of course, this was just Yang Kai's idea. If he wanted to implement it, he would need to wait for some time. Moreover, he did not intend to handle this matter himself and intended to leave it all to Yi Shiyun. After leaving Pill King Peak where Xia Ningchang was staying, Yang Kai went straight to the 6th layer of the Lu Yen sand field, the place where Yang Inflammation was hibernating. Entering the loft and arriving on the 2nd floor, Yang Inflammation sensed his presence and pulled his soul avatar into his knowledge sea. Just like the last time they met, the two soul avatars sat cross-legged opposite each other while Yang Inflammation roared and roared below. Yang Kai's knowledge sea was burning hot. I heard Yi Shiyun say that you went to hunt down the Insect Emperor? What happened? Yang Inflammation asked. I am the soul avatar, Yang Kai. To be honest with you, Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. It looks like he's dead. Yang Yen gently nodded before sighing slightly. The Insect Emperor was also a hero. I never thought that he would die at your hands in the end. If his enemies knew about this, I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it. Yang Kai didn't care. No matter how powerful the Insect Emperor was, that was a matter from tens of thousands of years ago. Back then his cultivation had fallen so much that he wasn't even an origin king, and when he fought with Yang Kai on Shadowed Star, there was no way he could have survived. However, the biggest reason Yang Kai was able to kill the Insect Emperor this time was because of Yang Kai. If not for the fact that Yang Inflammation had given Shadowed Star's source to Yang Kai, with Yang Kai's current abilities, he would not have been able to kill the Insect Emperor. Yang Kai's ability to escape was truly amazing. Even if an ordinary origin king wanted to hunt him down, they would not be able to do so. Even an ordinary origin king would be at a loss. Your harvest wasn't small? Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled. There were many good things on the Insect Emperor. I didn't see anything good, only a soul-splitting saber and a bracelet-like artifact. The soul-splitting saber and the bracelet-like artifact were both Emperor artifacts. Like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the Sealed World Bead, and the 3 Blazing Flame Rings, Yang Kai roughly understood the function of the soul-splitting saber. Its power was unfathomable, but unfortunately, the grade of this Emperor artifact was too high for Yang Kai to use, so he could only temporarily refine it and hope that one day he could use it. As for the bracelet-like artifact, Yang Kai was confused. He couldn't even figure out what it was used for. Insect enslavement bracelet? Yang Inflammation raised her brow and pointed out the name of this artifact. That thing is called the insect enslavement bracelet? Yang Kai was surprised. And the artifacts on the Insect Emperor's hands are all famous, and needless to say, the soul-splitting saber. The insect enslavement bracelet is the foundation of his foothold. Oh? What's the use of this thing? Tell me about it. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The insect enslavement bracelet is very useful. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and smiled. Not to mention that this artifact can naturally restrain exotic insects. It even has some deterrent effect on some smaller monster beast. Just the little creatures raised by the insect emperor inside the insect enslavement bracelet, once released, can easily destroy an entire star's territory. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he asked in amazement, "There are other things in the insect enslavement bracelet?" Yang Inflammation giggled. "Then where do you think the insect emperor is raising his little creatures? It's not like he's raising them on himself, right? The insect enslavement bracelet is where he keeps the exotic insects. The insect emperor has hundreds of extinct exotic insects in his hands. Each of them is extremely ferocious, and each of them has a different use. Back then, I suffered quite a bit from the insect enslavement bracelet." The more Yang Kai listened, the brighter his eyes became, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. "Are you interested?" Yang Inflammation teased. "To be honest, a little." Yang Kai gradually restrained his excitement, "But I still think that cultivation should be based on people. This kind of insect enslavement bracelet can only be used as a supplement. If I really spend my time on it, I'm afraid it will be a waste." Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. "There are 3,000 grand daos, and insect enslavement is one of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the insect emperor to achieve what he did back then. It can only be said that your Tao is different from the insect emperor's." "Different Tao?" Yang Kai pondered. Yang Inflammation chuckled. "It's still too early for you. You should break through to the Origin King realm as soon as possible. After reaching the Origin King realm, you will be able to see more and further." "Above the Origin King realm, is there a higher realm?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. Cultivators with slightly lower strength couldn't even approach Ice Snow Peak, and even those with slightly higher strength had to circulate their Saint Chi to resist the cold after entering Ice Snow Peak. However, this kind of environment was extremely comfortable for Su Yen. There was no one else on Snow and Ice Peak, only a few people from Ice Sect were living and cultivating here. Besides Su Yen, there were only Qingya, Qianyu, and Qianhao. Yang Kai went straight to the southwest corner of Snow and Ice Peak. On the ground, there was a thick layer of ice that reflected light, so Yang Kai's footsteps were extremely light. In the southwest corner, under a giant tree wrapped in silver, Su Yen sat cross-legged on the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, a pair of white Saint Chi wings spread out behind her back. The look on her pretty face was dignified and sacred, giving off an inviolable aura. Her hands were forming a strange seal while the profound frost divine sword she obtained from Ice Heart Valley was suspended mid-air. As she breathed, the surrounding ice attribute aura flocked into her body, like streams flowing into the sea, while the white wings behind her flapped slightly. With Su Yen as the center within a 1,000-meter radius, there was a strange aura that seemed capable of freezing all things in the world. Her sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage. Half a month later, on the Limitless Ocean, Sea Temple's headquarters, Black Reef Island. Black Reef Island was one of the largest islands on the Limitless Ocean. Its area was large enough to rank among the top 3, and the rarest thing was that Black Reef Island's world energy was extremely rich, which was why Sea Temple had set up its headquarters here. As the headquarters, it was naturally heavily guarded. From time to time, there would be cultivators shuttling back and forth in the air, patrolling the surroundings. At the edge of the island, there were also disciples of Sea Temple guarding the perimeter, preventing unauthorized personnel from entering. Yang Kai flew over leisurely and landed on Black Reef Island. Immediately, a group of Sea Temple disciples surrounded him, the leader of this group glaring at Yang Kai with an unfriendly look as he shouted, "Who are you? State your name." Arriving in someone else's territory, Yang Kai didn't want to be too ostentatious, cupping his fists slightly and saying, High Heaven Sect Master, Yang Kai, has come to pay a visit to Old Man Sha to fulfill the agreement he made with Old Man Sha. Please inform him of my arrival. High Heaven Sect Master? Come to see Martial Ancestor Sha? The group of cultivators suddenly went into an uproar, the leader of this group looking Yang Kai up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was lying, even releasing his divine sense to scan Yang Kai. But after a quick scan, he was unable to detect Yang Kai's depths and immediately understood that Yang Kai's strength was not something he could probe. His expression becoming much more solemn, he pondered for a moment before saying, Since you know that Martial Ancestor Sha has returned, it seems you are indeed acquainted with him, but Martial Ancestor Sha has only returned to Sea Temple for a short time and is currently quite busy. Whether or not he can see you, I will have to ask him first. It's fine, I'll wait here, Yang Kai said kindly. The leader of the cultivators nodded lightly and instructed the other cultivators in the group to entertain Yang Kai before taking out a communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. A moment later, the communication artifact in the leader's hand pulsed with spiritual energy and the leader hurriedly checked it. After a short while, he looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, You wait here for a while, someone will come to see you. Yang Kai frowned but nodded calmly, Good. He subconsciously felt that this trip might not go smoothly. And the person who would come to see him might not be Sha Hu. After all, with his friendship with Sha Hu, if Sha Hu knew about this, how could he have made him wait here? Sha Hu had likely already ordered someone to greet him warmly. There seemed to be some turbulence inside Sea Temple. Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully, but this matter had nothing to do with him. He told her about the deal he made with Sea God Palace and asked her to send someone to collect 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills from Xia Ningcheng. Yi Shiyun naturally agreed. Over the next 2 months, Yang Kai ran around the famous cities and sects of Shadowed Star, constantly arranging space arrays. 2 months later, using the space array outside High Heaven Sect as a foundation, High Heaven Sect's route was set up. It covered almost all of Shadowed Star, and as long as the disciples needed it, they could travel to any city they wanted at any time. Such an unprecedented scale was something that had never happened on Shadowed Star before. As a result, not only could High Heaven Sect keep abreast of the situation and information of Shadowed Star at any time, but it could also purchase all kinds of materials from all over the world. Yang Kai placed Heavenly Fate City at the bottom of his list. After all, he was going to see Qian Tong, so he might as well arrange the space array together with this matter. On this day, Yang Kai arrived at Heavenly Fate City. Looking down at the post-war city from the sky, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. When he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he was just a second-order saint, but after so many years, he had already cultivated to the peak of Shadowed Star. Thinking back, it was on Dragon Cave Mountain outside Heavenly Fate City that he began to make a name for himself and gradually established the current High Heaven Sect. Recalling the past now felt like it was yesterday. Yang Kai smiled lightly and descended straight to the City Lord's mansion. After being plundered by corpse spirit religion, Heavenly Fate City was originally in ruins, but after a long period of recuperation, the current Heavenly Fate City was prosperous again. Fei Jitu was still the city lord of Heavenly Fate City. When Yang Kai saw him, he had already recovered his third-order origin returning realm cultivation. It seemed that after being tortured by Fang Fengqi of corpse spirit religion last time, he had regained some of his former strength. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling happy for him, and after seeing Yang Kai, Fei Jitu was even more excited. After learning the purpose of Yang Kai's visit, he immediately decided to let Yang Kai do as he pleased. Yang Kai didn't hold back and immediately began to arrange the space array in Heavenly Fate City, connecting it to High Heaven Sect. In just 2 days, the space array was completed. With the study of space arrays, Yang Kai had become very familiar with arranging them and could save a lot of time. With a flash of white light, Fei Jitu disappeared from the space array. After a while, he reappeared and laughed. Sure enough, it was sent to High Heaven Sect. This is great. In the future, our two sects can communicate with each other at any time and we won't have to worry about it taking days to send a letter. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Dai Yuan rolled her eyes at her before her figure flickered and she also followed the crowd. Idiot senior sister, you ugly woman. Yin Su Dai cursed behind her as she bared her fangs. Dai Yuan simply ignored her. Thousand Illusion-Colored Glass Mountain was a small mountain composed of 1,000 illusion-colored glass. It was extremely heavy and looked simple, but in fact, 1,000 illusion-colored glass gave off an innate colored glass divine light. Colored glass divine light had the miraculous effect of restraining the 5 elements and restraining one's soul. Dai Yuan had given Yang Kai a colored glass bead that had formed in her body after she swallowed 1,000 illusion-colored glass, similar to the Monster Beast's monster core. Yang Kai had refined it and merged it with his demon eye of annihilation, greatly increasing its power. In addition, 1,000 illusion-colored glass had a strange ability to transform into thousands of different forms. It was rumored that if one used 1,000 illusion-colored glass to refine an artifact, it could transform into many different forms when facing an enemy, making it impossible for them to guard against. Its belly was now somewhat round and rolling, a clear indication of how much it had eaten. Yang Kai had it spit out the 1,000 illusion-colored glass. After putting it into his space ring, Yang Kai bid farewell to Gong Ao Fu. Before leaving, Yang Kai left behind some origin-grade artifacts and some origin-grade spirit pills for Colored Glass Sect. Whether it was origin-grade artifacts or origin-grade spirit pills, they were all extremely precious treasures on Shadowed Star. Gong Ao Fu was naturally overjoyed and led the sect's elders and elite disciples to respectfully send off Yang Kai. 10 days later, High Heaven Sect. In the square of the main hall, a brand new space array was arranged under the direction of Yang Kai. This space array was somewhat different from the ones Yang Kai had arranged on Shadowed Star before. The main difference was that it occupied a smaller area, but the overall space array gave off a more dignified feeling. This was a space array that could carry out ultra-long-distance stars transmission. It was also the space array Yang Kai was using to locate High Heaven Sect. Just like before, with this space array as a foundation, Yang Kai only needed to arrange another space array on a nearby star and locate it, then he could perform the transmission. At this point, High Heaven Sect's 2 major space arrays had been completed. One was arranged outside High Heaven Sect and was used to communicate with all of Shadowed Star, while the other was a newly arranged space array. In the future, it would connect to some part of Shadowed Star's territory, something Yang Kai was looking forward to. Over the past 3 months, the entire High Heaven sect had exhausted all of its resources, but only managed to collect less than 2,000 space spirit crystals for Yang Kai. These space spirit crystals were almost all of Shadowed Star's reserves, unless there were undiscovered space spirit crystal lodes. According to Yang Kai's estimation, these space spirit crystals should be enough to arrange 3 or 4 space arrays in Shadowed Star's territory. After arranging all the trivial matters and saying goodbye to his family and friends, Yang Kai went to the 6th layer of the Lu Yen sand field again and chatted with Yang Yen for a while before summoning his star shuttle and flying off. Inside High Heaven sect, tens of thousands of people looked up and watched as the streak of light soared into the sky and finally disappeared from sight. Be careful on the way. Su Yen and Xia Ningchang stood on different peaks as they silently wished each other the best of luck. Outside Shadowed Star's 1,000,000 kilometer radius, the invisible star field territory was filled with astral winds. Here, large and small star field storms gathered, raged, annihilated, then reformed again. This cycle repeated itself. The fast-moving meteorite sea could smash any warrior or battleship that dared to enter this place to pieces. This was one of Shadowed Star's barriers. As long as he did not have the left sword servant's assistance, Gu Jian Xian would not be able to use his sun, moon, and star three swords' brilliant secret technique. At that time, Li Minghai could simply grind Gu Jian Xian to death. Li Minghai's actions were imprinted in the right sword servant's beautiful eyes, and a trace of determination and uneasiness flashed across her beautiful eyes. Hurriedly stabilizing her falling figure, She pushed her Saint Chi and rushed towards the left sword servant with all her strength. As for Gu Jianxing, he screamed hysterically, "Ling Yu, hide!" As he shouted this, he also desperately rushed over to the left sword servant like the right sword servant. 3 streaks of light chased after the left sword servant, quickly closing the distance between them. Li Minghai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile as he realized that the time was right. Suddenly, he turned around and threw the Soul Breaker Spear towards the right sword servant. Everyone was stunned. Only now did everyone understand that Li Minghai's initial goal was not the left sword servant, but the right sword servant. Or perhaps he was simply adapting to the situation and choosing a better target to attack. After the Soul Breaker Spear flew out of Li Minghai's control, it transformed into a giant python, opened its bloody maw, and released a violent aura. In an instant, it arrived in front of the right sword servant and was about to swallow her whole. This was a true Origin King-grade artifact, and the right sword servant alone would not be able to block it. If she was hit head-on, only death would await her. At that moment, somewhere on Gu Jianxion's body, there was a flash of brilliance. Using some kind of secret technique or artifact, Gu Jianxion somehow appeared in front of the right sword servant and wrapped his arm around her, shielding her behind him as a cyan artifact armor made of scales appeared around his body. This artifact armor glowed brilliantly and was obviously an excellent defensive artifact. After being pushed by Gu Jianxion's Saint Chi, an energy membrane appeared around this artifact armor, giving it an extremely sturdy appearance. Just as he finished doing all this, Li Minghai's attack arrived. The giant python swayed its body and bombarded Gu Jianxion's artifact armor. The bright energy membrane dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye and lasted for less than 2 breaths before bursting apart. The remaining force of the collision slammed into Gu Jianxion, causing him to bleed profusely as he was sent flying backwards. Even the right sword servant he was protecting coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale and bloodless. Young Union Master really values friendship and righteousness. This old master admires him, but even if you can save one, can you save a second? Li Minghai's triumphant voice rang out with a hint of mockery and ridicule. Big Brother Yang, just call me Brother Gu. Calling me Young Union Master is a bit of an outsider. Gu Jianxion smiled. I won't hide it from Big Brother Yang. This Gu is going to Azure Tree Star. Azure Tree Star? It's a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my Sword Union, and it's only a month's journey from here. Is that so? Yang Kai thought for a moment, seemingly thinking of something, and nodded. Very well, this Yang is indebted to Brother Gu for inviting me, so this Yang will not disturb you. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Gu Jianxion's eyes lit up and he seemed extremely happy. Without any reservations, he stepped forward, grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and pulled him towards the direction of the starship, acting as if he was already familiar with Yang Kai. Under the attack of Li Minghai and the others, one of the 3 starships had exploded and the other had been crippled. Now, only the largest starship, which Gu Jianxion was on, was still able to sail. Although it was damaged to a certain extent, it only needed to be repaired. After arriving on the starship, Gu Jianxion arranged for Yang Kai to stay while he went to heal his wounds. Gu Jianxion's battle with Li Minghai had been thrilling, and although he had not suffered any fatal injuries, he had still suffered a lot of damage. This kind of damage could not be healed by simply taking spirit pills and would require him to meditate and recuperate. Yang Kai could understand this and naturally didn't care. After a day of repair and inspection, the starship began sailing again. Yang Kai was arranged by Gu Jianxion to stay in an extremely luxurious room. The room was very large and the floor was covered with a thick layer of fluff and inlaid with hundreds of night pearls, giving the room a soft and warm light. There was also an incense burner in the room that emitted a fragrant scent that relaxed one's mind. Yang Kai had his own considerations as to why he had agreed to Gu Jian Xian's invitation. Along the way, the space arrays he had arranged had all been left on the various dead stars as transfer stations. Now, it was time to connect to a real cultivation star, otherwise, the cultivator from Shadowed Star would have no clear destination. According to Yang Kai's own observations, Azure Tree Star was a good cultivation star. If Yi Shiyun and the others came here through the space array, they could use Azure Tree Star's world energy and world principles to try to break through to the Origin King realm. Another point was that Yang Kai did not have many space spirit crystals left. Although Yi Shiyun and the others had plundered almost all of Shadowed Star's space spirit crystal reserves before leaving, the amount needed to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array was simply too great. Yang Kai only had enough space spirit crystals left to arrange a single space array. He had to find a way to replenish them. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and grit her teeth. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, you might as well directly ask young Union Master for the two girls. They are only third-order Saint Kings, so young Union Master won't refuse you. In the future, whether they be slaves or maids, or even concubines, is up to you. Forget about that. Yang Kai was taken aback. Yushi pursed her lips and smiled. This mistress can also see that these two girls still have a good impression of young Master Yang. Presumably, they won't reject you. After all, young Master Yang is a dragon among men just like young Union Master. Your honored master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Then young Master Yang, this matter? Yushi looked at Yang Kai nervously. Before she received a definite answer from Yang Kai, she couldn't relax. This matter isn't easy to meddle in, Yang Kai frowned. Yushi's heart sank. Tell me, what is the situation with that Qin Qiyang? Also, what is Qin Wu Hui's character? What is his status with Gu Jian Xen? Half an hour later, Yushi left Yang Kai's side room. The worry that had lingered on her brow for the past year had actually dissipated, and her footsteps had become much lighter. Obviously, she had obtained a good answer. The next 2 days passed uneventfully as the starship sailed through the void towards Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai also cultivated in his room and took some time to refine a furnace of spirit pills. 2 days later, a knocking sound came from outside the door. After receiving Yang Kai's answer, the door opened and the sisters He Zhao and He Miao walked in together. Big Brother Yang, young Union Master, has arranged a banquet and has invited Big Brother Yang to attend, He Zhao said. Good. Yang Kai nodded and stood up. Lead the way. This way. He Zhao and He Miao immediately led the way. After walking for a while inside the starship, they soon came to a magnificent hall. Inside the hall, there were 2 rows of cultivators sitting in front of each of them with food and wine placed in front of them. Gu Jian Xen sat directly in front of them, his complexion ruddy, with the left and right sword servants standing behind him. It seemed that Gu Jian Xian had fully recovered after a few days of meditation. Seeing Yang Kai, Gu Jian Xian immediately got up and greeted him with a smile. The other cultivator also quickly stood up and cupped their fists to salute. Many of them only knew of Yang Kai's existence and knew that Yang Kai was the reason they were able to kill Li Minghai a few days ago. They had never seen him with their own eyes, but seeing Gu Jian Xian acting so cordially, they naturally did not dare to neglect him. Yang Kai did not lack etiquette either, cupping his fists and exchanging greetings with a smile on his face. His gentle smile left many Origin returning realm masters with a good impression, feeling that this young man was strong but not arrogant. No wonder the young union master treated him so well. Brother Yang, this way. Gu Jianxin called out. He Zhao and He Miao led Yang Kai to the table next to Gu Jianxin before taking a step back and standing obediently. After Yang Kai sat down, Gu Jianxin smiled heartily. Brother Yang, this Gu has been recuperating these past few days and has been neglecting his duties. I hope Brother Yang will not take offense. Brother Gu is too polite. Naturally, healing is more important. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Brother Yang is magnanimous. Today's banquet is just to thank Brother Yang for saving me. If it weren't for you, Ling Yu and Xing, and I would have been killed by old dog Li. From now on, Brother Yang is this Gu's friend and benefactor. The eyes of the many origin returning realm masters below flashed with a strange light. Gu Jianxin was indeed a forthright person, but he would not easily say the word friend. Now that he had said it, it meant that he sincerely wanted to become friends with Yang Kai. Chapter 1746. No. Luo Lan shook her head solemnly before glaring at Gu Jianxin. What's wrong? Has Auntie Lan lived long? Is Auntie Lan old? Gu Jianxin scratched his head awkwardly, but soon put on a serious expression and said, Moreover, according to my observation, when he attacked and killed Li Minghai, he seemed to have used his space force. Luo Lan's attention was really diverted and she whispered, Space force? He can use that kind of power to fight his enemy? More than that. Gu Jianxin recalled the scene at that time, his expression constantly changing as his voice gradually lowered. His attainments in the Tao of space seemed to have reached an unprecedented level. He was able to condense space force into a blade that could swallow and banish Li Minghai's body. Luo Lan could not help covering her mouth. In short, I just want to make friends with this person, not offend him, so I'll have to ask Auntie Lan to pay more attention to him in the future. Don't worry, since he asked for 100,000 kilometers, there will always be opportunities to meet him in the future. Luo Lan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was very interested in Yang Kai. Tell Auntie Lan about the battle between you and Li Minghai in detail. It's quite interesting. Sword Union moved quickly, or rather, Luo Lan's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai stayed in Azure Wood Palace for a day, and on the second day, a servant suddenly came to report to Yang Kai that Luo Lan had invited him over to discuss something important. This immediately reminded Yang Kai of the 100,000-kilometer boundary, so he did not delay and left the room with the servant. Following the other party around the Azure Wood Palace, after a short while, Yang Kai saw Gu Jianxin standing in a corridor in casual clothes, smiling and waving at him. Left sword servant Ling Yu and right sword servant and Xing stood behind him. Brother Gu. Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. Is Brother Yang used to living here? Gu Jianxin asked enthusiastically. Extremely. Yang Kai replied. That's good. This Gu was worried about not being a good host. Since Brother Yang is living here so comfortably, then I'll leave. Then I'm relieved. Yes, Senior Luo called me over because, just as you think. Gu Jianxin winked at Yang Kai before enthusiastically putting his arm around his shoulder and saying, Come with me. Walking in the corridor. Soon, they arrived at the end of the path. Ahead of them was a curtain of light that prevented them from seeing the scenery in front of them clearly. It was like a curtain of water was blocking them. On the curtain of light, there were countless rice-sized talismans and patterns that swam back and forth like fish, appearing profound and complicated. Gu Jian ignored them completely and continued to move forward, instructing the left and right sword servants, "You stay here. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without question." Ling Yu and An Xing replied in unison, not moving forward. Gu Jian, on the other hand, took Yang Kai directly through the light curtain. His vision blurred, and Yang Kai found himself in another world. It was silent here, except for a huge spherical object. There was nothing else. The sphere was about 10 feet in diameter. On the surface of the sphere, there were some irregular patterns of earthy yellow, water blue, and green wood that intertwined with each other, forming the surface of the sphere. When Yang Kai arrived here, the spherical object was still rotating clockwise at a subtle speed. As for Luo Lan, she stood to the side and greeted with a smile, "Little brother." "Senior Luo." Yang Kai hurriedly returned the greeting, but his attention was soon attracted by the spherical object in front of him. When the figures of Yang Kai and the others appeared on the array, the leader of the cultivators responsible for guarding this place immediately stepped forward and looked them up and down before routinely asking, "What brings you to Twin Shark Island?" Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this person was just a third-order St. King cultivator. The other cultivators responsible for guarding this place were also not very strong. From the strength of these cultivators, it could be inferred that the total strength of the entire Twin Shark Island should not be very strong. Yang Kai did not answer and instead took out the token given to him by Luo Lan and waved it in front of the cultivator. "What is this?" The cultivator's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the object. "You don't know." Yang Kai frowned. "And if you don't know, then forget it. What is the name of your island master and where is he? Take me to him." The cultivator was shocked by Yang Kai's aggressive attitude. Although he did not know what the token represented, he could faintly guess that Yang Kai's background was not small. Immediately, he restrained his previous carelessness and replied suspiciously, "My island master is Zhu Liang. May I ask where these friends are from and if you know the island master's master?" Yang Kai did not answer, but Yushi coldly snorted, "Is my young lord's identity something you can ask? Hurry up and lead the way." While speaking, she inadvertently released her shur, causing the cultivator's complexion to change drastically. Realizing that this man and 3 women were not people he could contend with, he hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and led the way. This was one of the benefits of having subordinates. Yushi could act like a bully, elevating Yang Kai's identity and status, thus eliminating some of the need for complex inquiries. Yang Kai cast a look of approval at Yushi, who pursed her lips into a smile. The strength of Twin Shark Island's island master, Zhu Liang, was not high. He was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. On such an isolated island, it was difficult for a powerful cultivator to appear. After Yang Kai showed the token and Luo Lan's order, Zhu Liang immediately submitted to Yang Kai and acknowledged him as his master. Taking over Twin Shark Island so smoothly made Yang Kai very satisfied. "And you will still be the island master in the future. You will manage Twin Shark Island the same way you used to manage it. I will not interfere. If there is anything you need to report, just tell Madame Yu and she will convey it to me." Seemingly realizing that Yang Kai was easy to talk to, Zhu Liang gradually became less nervous. "Island Master Zhu, subordinate is here." Zhu Liang quickly responded, "I dare not accept the title of Island Master. Master can just call Zhu Liang by name in the future." Yang Kai gently nodded, "Tell me about the situation of Twin Shark Island." Zhu Liang pondered for a moment, seeming to be organizing his words. After a while, he said, "Twin Shark Island covers an area of about 100,000 kilometers. In the underground ruin that Yang Kai had discovered before, it was brightly lit and countless cultivators were bustling about. Yang Kai found that not only were there disciples from High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall here, but there were also people from Clear Sky Sect and Colored Glass Sect, as well as many cultivators from other sects that had good relations with High Heaven Sect. It seemed that Yi Shiyun and the others had established a foothold here, which was why the cultivator from other sects had come here to mine. Sect Master Yang? Just as Yang Kai was observing, a surprised call came from not far away. Yang Kai turned his head and found that this person was actually MOU of Clear Sky Sect. Senior MO, Yang Kai greeted with a smile. It really is Sect Master Yang. MOU was overjoyed and quickly walked over. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else, but I didn't expect it to really be you. Where did Sect Master Yang come from? Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai replied casually. Sect Master Yang is truly a genius. MOU said with a look of admiration. If it weren't for you, my Shadowed Stars cultivator would have been trapped in one place forever, but now we can actually transmit between stars at will. This kind of feat, I'm afraid no one in Stars territory except for our Shadowed Stars cultivator can achieve, right? Haha, Yang Kai chuckled but did not deny it. In fact, this was indeed the case. Without his Space Force as the foundation, a space array could not support ultra-long distance transmission. In Stars territory, there might be a few super arrays, but they were definitely remnants from ancient times and were far less stable and secure than the ones personally arranged by Yang Kai. No one dared to use these super arrays unless it was absolutely necessary. Sect Master Yang, did you come here to find Great Elder Yi? MOU asked again. Where is Great Elder? Come, I'll take you there. MOU quickly led the way. On Shadowed Star, because of the rise of High Heaven Sect, countless sects and families had benefited greatly from it. Not to mention the last time Corpse Spirit Religion plundered Star, it was High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall who turned the tide. This time, Clear Sky Sect was given the opportunity to come to this or Star to mine rare ores because of their good relationship with High Heaven Sect. MOU and Yang Kai's friendship was not shallow, so at this moment, he was naturally very enthusiastic. Soon, Yang Kai met Yi Shiyun and Qian Tong somewhere in the ruins. After learning that Yang Kai had now arrived on a cultivation star called Azure Tree Star and had his own territory, everyone was extremely excited. This meant that a cultivator who had reached the limit of cultivation on Shadowed Star could finally break free from the shackles of world principles and try to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Chapter 1749. Why has Senior Luo come here in person? Yang Kai asked after inviting Luo Lan into the palace and settling her down in the reception room. Little brother is young master's friend, so this queen should come here in person. Luo Lan pursed her lips and smiled. Why, am I not welcome? How could I dare? Senior's presence brings light to my humble abode, Yang Kai laughed. As the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. He did not believe that someone like Luo Lan would come here to enjoy the scenery. As for the reason she gave, it was not a good one. He just had a material transaction with Sword Union, so Luo Lan could have just sent someone to deal with such a trivial matter. Why would she need to come here in person? Yang Kai faintly realized that Luo Lan should have some other purpose for coming here, but since she did not intend to say anything, he pretended not to know. Your place is very quiet, Luo Lan said as she looked around. Luo Lan turned her head and looked around. In this 10-kilometer palace, only Yang Kai, Yu Shi and her master and disciple lived here while Yu Shi and her master and disciple were in retreat. It could be said that in the entire palace, only Yang Kai would occasionally walk around. Usually, the temporary residence was indeed quiet and peaceful. Why didn't you ask Zhu Liang to send some servants? Luo Lan asked with seemingly concern. Yang Kai chuckled and said, There's no need for that, I can handle everything myself, why would I need servants? Indeed, it's better to be quiet, Luo Lan smiled. Luo Lan smiled and suddenly said, These are the space spirit crystals little brother needs, although this queen has already sent people to collect them. Although this queen has already asked for space spirit crystals, you should know that they are still very rare. I don't know if this amount can meet your requirements. Saying so, Luo Lan took out a space ring and, with a flick of her finger, sent it flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai reached out and caught it before releasing his divine sense to investigate it, his brow furrowing slightly. Luo Lan observed his expression and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? With so many space spirit crystals, does little brother still think it's too little?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment. He nodded and said, "Not much." Luo Lan asked solemnly, "What do you need so many space spirit crystals for? Besides being used to refine space rings, this thing doesn't seem to have any other use, right?" Yang Kai chuckled but did not answer. Luo Lan also seemed to realize that she had asked something she shouldn't have and said apologetically, "This queen is just a little curious, you don't have to mind it." "Well, why don't you wait a little longer? I'll send a message to the home planet. Do you want them to help you collect them?" "In that case, how long will it take?" Yang Kai asked. "The home star isn't close to here, so even if we can collect enough space spirit crystals and send them here, it will take at least a year, but I don't know how many space spirit crystals we can collect there." "Forget it then." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. In a sense, the number of space spirit crystals Luo Lan had brought this time was not small. However, there was not much demand for Yang Kai. Because these space spirit crystals were only enough to arrange a single cross-cultivation star space array, not enough to meet his needs. If he wanted to connect Tong Xin Realm and Shadowed Star, he would need to arrange at least 2 or 3 space arrays to act as transits. Space spirit crystals are extremely difficult to form. Generally speaking, space spirit crystals appear as associated ores in rare quantities. However, at that time, it may require many origin kings to join forces to perform a secret technique. "Let's wait there first, and when the time is right we can enter," Luo Lan explained to Yang Kai as she led him around the starship. "Do you know all the origin kings who enter there?" Yang Kai asked. "I know some of them, and even if I don't know some of them, I've at least heard their names. However, I don't know who will enter this time. The time it takes to enter the Lost World is uncertain, so only those who have received news and hope to make a breakthrough will take the risk to enter." Luo Lan stopped in front of a room and said, "You can live here for the time being. If you need anything, just let me know. It will take us about a month to reach that place." Yang Kai nodded, pushed open the door and entered. After entering the room, Yang Kai walked over to the bed, sat down cross-legged, and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. A month passed uneventfully as Yang Kai spent it in meditation. During this time, Luo Lan did not come to find him, and the other Sword Union cultivator did not disturb him. It was not until a month later that Yang Kai felt the starship stop. Luo Lan's voice sounded outside at the right time, "Yang Kai." Yang Kai's figure flickered and he arrived at the door, opened it, and nodded lightly to Luo Lan before the two walked out. The starship's hatch opened and the two turned into streams of light as they rushed out. After the two left, the starship sailed again and returned the way it came. Standing in the air, Luo Lan looked left and right to identify where she was before saying, "Come with me." After saying so, she summoned her star shuttle and led the way with Yang Kai following closely behind. 2 streams of light, one in front and one behind, flew like lightning through the vast star territory. Yang Kai remained silent as he followed closely behind Luo Lan, avoiding the meteorites and storms in the star field that were everywhere in the star field. After an unknown amount of time, he suddenly saw a vast expanse of white light in front of him. He looked up and saw a round object floating in the void at an unknown distance, emitting a dazzling light. Even from a long distance, Yang Kai could feel the fluctuations of space force coming from there. "That's..." Yang Kai turned to look at Luo Lan. "That's the entrance." After seeing the scene in front of them, Luo Lan's expression also relaxed. It seems we came early. The entrance has not stabilized yet and cannot be opened for the time being. The fluctuations of Space Force are quite chaotic. Yang Kai muttered to himself. You can feel it? Luo Lan looked at him in surprise. You know I'm proficient in the Tao of space, so why can't you feel it? Yang Kai chuckled. Luo Lan's eyes lit up. Bringing you here was a wise choice. At this distance, I can only feel that the other side is very dangerous. Even if a third-order origin king tried to force their way in, I'm afraid they would be crushed to pieces. Shui Yu was speechless and ground her teeth, her Saint Chi showing signs of going berserk. Enai Guang's eyes narrowed as he grinned meaningfully. Little boy, your courage isn't small, daring to speak such nonsense in front of this old master. No wonder third young master treats you so favorably, but your nonsense ends here. If you keep it up, it'll be a bit of a claptrap. Yang Kai grinned and shrugged his shoulders. Enai Guang had already given him such a warning, so naturally he wouldn't refuse. He was just angry at Shui Yu for tying him to her, so he wanted to disgust her a little. After saying this, Enai Guang closed his eyes again, as if nothing had happened. Luo Lan, on the other hand, was somewhat restless, her eyes drifting back and forth between Yang Kai and Shui Yu, as if she wanted to know if there really was some unspeakable secret between these two. Could it be that the famous third young master of Shui Yu really liked men and not women? Otherwise, why would he be acting so guilty? What exactly had happened between these two young men? Luo Lan's thoughts ran wild for a while, causing her face to go red. You, come here. Shui Yu suddenly calmed down, the blush on her face receded like a tide. She coldly shouted at Yang Kai, then flew away. She obviously wanted to find a secluded place to talk to Yang Kai, so that he wouldn't say anything embarrassing. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't want to follow them, but when he thought about Enai Guang's reaction, he had no choice but to follow. Young people are always so insolent, Elder Luo, don't mind them. After the two of them left, Enai Guang suddenly said something without rhyme or reason. Mr. Enai is right. Luo Lan forced a smile. 30 li away from the entrance, Shui Yu stopped and turned her head to look back. Her beautiful eyes were filled with a complicated light. When Yang Kai caught up with her, she shouted, How can you be like this? How can you be like this? Yang Kai asked. What? Shui Yu grit her teeth. If you see me, just pretend you don't see me. Why do you insist I follow you? Yang Kai was annoyed. Do you know how dangerous the severed world is? Even origin kings may not be able to guarantee their safety there. I asked you to follow Uncle and I because I don't want you to have any accidents. You really don't know how to appreciate kindness. Shui Yu said angrily, almost spitting on Yang Kai's face. Yang Kai suddenly smiled slyly as he stared at Shui Yu's face. What do you want? Shui Yu felt a little guilty under this invasive gaze and couldn't help taking 2 steps back. Didn't you want to kill me to silence me? Why are you so concerned about me? Yang Kai said with a smile, I know your secret, so wouldn't my death be exactly what you want? That way, no one will be able to expose your secret. You're so concerned about me, it's like you've fallen in love with me. Beauty isn't that good? Shui Yu heard this and curled her lips. Don't flatter yourself. Who do you think you are? Who do you think I, Shui Yu, am? As if confirming Yang Kai's statement, when Shui Yu was secretly observing the other party, A strange cackle rang out from the mass of black qi, one that was extremely harsh to the ears. Shuiyu couldn't help turning pale. This person is very dangerous, don't provoke him, and Guang suddenly opened his eyes and said softly, his expression serious. Uncle and what is the origin of this person? Shuiyu asked. I don't know, and Guang shook his head. Among the origin kings I know of, none of them match this person. However, this old master can feel that he is very strong, perhaps not inferior to this old master. So, he is also a second-order origin king? This old master can't judge whether he is a second-order origin king or not, unless we fight him, and Guang slowly said. In any case, don't provoke him. This person's aura is extremely sinister, so he should be cultivating some kind of evil secret art. I understand, Shuiyu nodded obediently. Next, in order to prevent Yang Kai from provoking someone he shouldn't, Shuiyu carefully introduced him to the origins and identities of the origin kings present. There were more than a dozen people present, and Shuiyu knew about 80% of them. Occasionally, there were 2 or 3 she didn't know, but she could still make some guesses. Yang Kai memorized the appearances and identities of these people one by one in preparation for emergencies. Outside the entrance, everyone waited quietly. From time to time, a new origin king would arrive, find a place to rest, and close their eyes to rest. About 3 days later, in the distant star field, a bright stream of light suddenly appeared. This stream of light glowed purple and was extremely dazzling. When this purple light appeared, Guang opened his eyes and stared deeply in the direction this purple light had come from, coldly snorting. That old fart actually came. He seemed to be able to see the identity of this person at a glance. But that's fine. Since he's here, it's enough, Guang said again. The aura contained in this purple light was extremely powerful, not the slightest bit inferior to Guang's, so it was obvious this person was a second-order origin king. Noticing this, the expressions of the first-order origin kings who had arrived here before changed slightly. Only the figure wrapped in black qi continued to laugh strangely. Although he didn't seem to care, his laughter was hair-raising. After a while, the purple light arrived in front of everyone and dissipated, revealing 2 figures wrapped in it. Both of them were tall and sturdy, looking as if they were carved from the same mold. They also had long purple hair that draped over their shoulders, looking confident and unruly, as if they were independent of each other. The 2 of them looked like brothers. But if one observed carefully, they would find that this was not the case, because the cultivation gap between the 2 was very big. One of them was a second-order origin king while the other was only a third-order origin returning realm cultivator, the same realm as Shuiyu and Yang Kai. After their figures appeared, the 2 men's eyes narrowed as they looked around before focusing their attention on Heng Luo Chamber of Commerce's side. Guang and the second-order origin king stared at each other. Shuiyu and the third-order origin returning realm cultivator's eyes met. Neither of them showed weakness, neither of them flinched, each of them wearing a calm expression. Haha. A heaven-shaking laughter rang out as the purple-haired second-order origin king laughed, looking extremely forthright. I've made everyone wait. This old master came a little late. No one was waiting for you, Zi Long. You still like to think too highly of yourself. Guang sneered. Is that so? I thought brother and I couldn't wait for me to come. Zi Long grinned meaningfully. Chapter 1755. After some discussion, the group of 4 decided to find a nearby place to adjust their breathing. After all, in the process of opening the entrance to the severed world, both Guang and Luolan had consumed a lot of energy. In this kind of dangerous place, they needed to maintain their peak condition in order to cope with the dangers they might encounter next. Fortunately, there were no abnormalities in the vicinity of Ping Nan. Guang led everyone into a gully and hid their figures. The gullies here were crisscrossed and crisscrossed, like a series of large and small canyons. After diving into the gully, looking up, one could only vaguely see the dim light coming from above. This place was at least a few thousand meters from the ground. At the bottom of the gully, a cold wind blew and it was quite cold. Yang Kai and Shuiyu were both full of energy, and although their cultivations were not as strong as Origin King's, they were not weak, so naturally, they were responsible for guarding this place. Enai Guang and Luolan each chose a position not far from each other, took a spirit pill, and sat down cross-legged. Yang Kai guarded Luolan while Shuiyu guarded Enai Guang, each performing their own duties. The world was silent, and the only sound that could be heard was the cold wind blowing from the bottom of the gully, adding a sense of horror to the atmosphere. Shuiyu glanced around from time to time, seemingly a little nervous. No matter how high her cultivation was, no matter how strong she was still a woman and instinctively felt fear and vigilance towards this kind of environment. Yang Kai, on the other hand, had an indifferent look on his face as he simply closed his eyes and released his divine sense to monitor the surroundings to avoid any accidents. Time passed slowly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes. He realized that he was lying on a bed. The bed was probably a wooden one, and the material was hard. He looked up and saw a simple and crude roof. Wind was leaking in everywhere. He turned his head and looked around. The furnishings in the room were also extremely bleak. There was only a table and a chair. This scene was quite familiar. Yang Kai could not help showing a puzzled look. His mind was muddled, making it impossible for him to think clearly. He instinctively felt that something was wrong, as if he had forgotten something important, but he tried to recall. All he could do was feel pain in his head. He couldn't even remember what he was doing before. He shook his head. Standing up from the simple wooden bed, he opened the door. Then he pushed the door open and walked out. He stood outside the house and looked around. Memories flooded his mind like a tidal wave, and Yang Kai immediately remembered. He was now a trial disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, but because he had been in the sect for almost 3 years, he had yet to meet the sect's requirements for his cultivation, so he was unable to be promoted to an official disciple. He could only sweep the sect's floors to make a living while cultivating, hoping that one day he would be able to achieve his dream of being promoted to an official disciple. There was a broom outside the house. At this moment, the sky was not yet bright. It was the darkest moment before dawn. Yang Kai laughed at himself and walked up to pick up the broom to start the day's work. In front of the sect's main roads, the contribution hall, the martial testing hall, the martial skills hall, all that was left was Yang Kai's busy figure. All the roads had been cleaned up. He was the lowest-ranked disciple of High Heaven Pavilion, and also the most hard-working disciple. The sky gradually brightened. Many brothers gathered around Yang Kai, ready to challenge him. In the end, a junior brother who was only at the 4th stage of Qi refining won, beating Yang Kai and leaving. Time flew by, and Yang Kai was now 18 years old. His father, Yang Yingfeng, and mother, Dong Suju, arranged a marriage for him. The other party was a woman from his mother's family, so they could be considered a good match. Yang Kai didn't have much choice. His persistent pursuit of the martial Tao didn't bring him much harvest. As a member of the Yang family, when one reached a certain age, they had to make contributions to the Yang family. At the very least, they had to reproduce and maintain the Yang family's prosperity. He married the woman and had a child. During the day, he worked hard for some of the Yang family's businesses, and at night, he returned to his mansion to enjoy the happiness of his family. His wife was obedient to him and his children were also well behaved. This was a very happy family. But a certain part of Kai Yang's heart had been restless for a long time. He felt that his life shouldn't be like this. He should have another opportunity, another earth-shattering achievement. He tried to dispel these absurd thoughts, but found that these thoughts were like wine in a cellar. The more he hid them, the stronger they became. Not only could he not dispel them, but they also wanted to burst out all the time. Chapter 1759. Oh! This man paused for a while before suddenly seeming to have discovered something. Turning his eyes towards the gully below, he swept it with his divine sense for a while before letting out a laugh and saying, "So there's such a thing here. Although I don't know what you are useful to this old master. Fine, I'll capture you first." As he spoke, he leaped directly into the underground gully. As soon as he landed, countless small black shadows rushed out from the cracks in the ground in all directions, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws as they pounced towards him. This man showed no fear and instead roared excitedly, "Ha, good, good." As he spoke, he suddenly took out a large, black banner. Instantly, the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves came out from the banner. The sound was so sharp that it actually covered up the pitch of the black shadows underground. On the black banner, there were many struggling human faces. They were twisting their faces and screaming with their mouths open. This man formed a series of hand seals and poured his Saint Chi into the black banner as he shouted, "Go!" In the next moment, the black banner transformed into a black curtain that blotted out the sky and descended. All the small black shadows that rushed over seemed to have encountered some kind of nemesis and were swallowed up by this black banner. As this process continued, the aura emitted by this black banner grew stronger and stronger, and its color became darker and darker. It seemed to be able to devour everything, including light. The terrifying devouring power of this black banner obviously caused these black shadows to panic, and soon, they began to merge and grow, just like when Yang Kai and the others had fled just now, attempting to unite to resist this black banner. Seeing this scene, the Origin King Realm Master wrapped in black chi not only did not panic, but instead showed a look of excitement as he muttered, "You actually have such ability? Good, good, good. This king's 10,000 soul banner will be greatly supplemented. Ha!" Laughing loudly, he stretched out his hand and pointed, causing the black curtain that blotted out the sky to suddenly distort and squirm. Immediately after, it transformed into a huge and terrifying human face. That face was ferocious and terrifying, and there were countless pairs of eyes on it. Each of the eyes reflected a dazzling divine light, and the divine light contained an incredible power. In addition, this face also had a bloody maw. From this maw, a violent and strange roar rang out. It opened its huge mouth, which was actually larger than a human face, and bit down viciously at the human-shaped shadow that was converging below. The gigantic black shadow formed from countless small black shadows naturally wouldn't resign itself to its fate. Its two pitch-black, whip-like hands swung in an attempt to block the 10,000 soul banner's attack. In that instant, sand and stones were flying everywhere in the underground ravine. It was a complete mess, but it was still futile. The 10,000 soul banner was not afraid of the huge black figure's attack. It forcefully pounced forward and bit the huge black figure. Then, it raised its head and swallowed the huge black figure like a bird swallowing food. Vaguely, a sorrowful wail came from within the face. The terrifying human face formed by the 10,000 soul banner revealed a satisfied expression. The countless eyes on the face were flickering with excitement. Burp. It even gave a very vivid burp. The moment the huge black shadow was swallowed up, the remaining fishes that had escaped into the surrounding crevices, not daring to show themselves again. They seemed to have realized that the 10,000 soul banner was their nemesis. It danced left and right around Chui Hong, flicking its forked tongue like a steel whip from time to time and bombarding Chui Hong's body, causing him to tremble and stagger. After fighting for a full 6 hours, Chui Hong finally killed this winged snake with a single blow, despite suffering injuries. He stood in place, panting heavily, his body dyed red with blood as he cursed angrily. After resting for a while, he finally had the strength to put the winged snake's body into his space ring. At this moment, he did not have the time to take care of this corpse carefully. He could only wait until he left the severed world to deal with it slowly. The value of a 10th order monster beast's corpse was almost unimaginable, especially its monster core, which was a huge attraction to any Origin King. When a cultivator reached the Origin King realm, It was extremely difficult for them to break through because this was the limit of a cultivator in the star territory. If they wanted to reach a certain height, besides meditating for a long time and comprehending the heavenly way and martial Tao, they could only collect rare pills that matched their cultivation. An origin king might not be able to break through their shackles for 100 or even 1,000 years. This was a very common thing. Because of this, in the entire star territory, peak third-order origin kings were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns, and each one of them was an old monster. Because there was nothing in this world that could interest them. After resting for a while, Cui Hong immediately left this dangerous place. He was afraid that the smell of blood here would attract other monster beasts. In his current state, he really could not support another battle like the one just now. Elsewhere, Zilong, the master of sword union, led Zidong through the severed world. He seemed to have a very clear goal and did not stop at all along the way. Moreover, their luck was quite good. Since entering this place, they had not encountered any danger, allowing them to walk with peace of mind. Father, is there really an immortal tree in this severed world? Zidong, who was following behind Zilong, suddenly asked. Hearing the words immortal tree, Zilong's originally calm eyes suddenly burst with a dazzling light, his purple hair fluttering despite the lack of wind as he nodded slightly. Although father isn't sure, I am 80% sure. After all, this is the information left behind by your great-granduncle. The immortal tree really does exist here. 2,000 years ago, your great-granduncle came here and saw the immortal tree that was very similar to the one in the legends, but he failed to obtain it and was instead heavily injured by the monster beast guarding the immortal tree. He had no choice but to retreat, and in the end died of depression. Zidong's expression changed slightly as he muttered, "This child remembers that great-uncle should be a second-order origin king, but he was seriously injured by the monster beast guarding it? What kind of monster beast was that? Divine bird. Ancient peacock." Zilong took a deep breath. Divine bird. Zidong could not help paling in amazement. Any monster beast that was related to the word ancient was an existence not to be provoked because they all had the means to destroy the heavens and earth. What's more, each of them had a violent temperament. If such a monster beast were to break into star territory, it would likely destroy countless cultivation stars. When that time came, it was bound to become a disaster for star territory. Zilong quickly added, "In star territory, the names of the 3 great divine waters are widely circulated. One is life-revitalizing jade cream, one is soul-cleansing divine water, and one is immortal source liquid. Among these 3 great divine waters, soul-cleansing divine water occasionally appears, but in small quantities.